Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
New Seas Ahead by Peacelight24. Nakama means you never have to say goodbye or be alone, in which Monkey D. Lucy, future Pirate King, and Roronoa Zoro, future world's greatest swordsman, are dumb and everyone else is long-suffering. Or, things with them are always do or die, and love is just the same. Nakama ship, pining, Zorox Fem Lucy. Adios.
The Oniwabanshu should have an easier time following them in the snow, but they don't see another attack after Hakumai. Ringo is full of ghosts, Hiyori says when he brings it up, her eyes on lonely trees. No one comes here. Not even the desperate. You did. I was very desperate. The sun is low in the sky by the time they reach the bridge. For all that people do not come here, Hiyori seems to know her way around, and leads them quickly to where they need to be. As promised, Yukimaru is waiting for him when they reach the bridge. Above them, the sky is a steely gray, and snow piles up steady on the icy river under the bridge. Zoro looks, but doesn't see his katana. Oi, what did you do with Shisui? Shisui? Hiyori asks, and voice sharp with shock. Zoro ignores her. The legendary Shisui is back where it belongs, immortalized beside Ryama's body. The Guardian gives him a pointed look. If you were able to hear the blade, you would have known. Zoro grits his teeth. He hasn't been able to hear Shisui since he passed out with this guy's spear in his shoulder. Ryama's body isn't here. I need 3 blades, and Shisui is mine by right. Shisui belongs to the land of Wano. The Guardian snarls. A perfected blade can obey no new master. You are arrogant to think you should be allowed to wield it. The Guardian shakes his head. You have no respect for the art of the sword. None? I shall take all 3 of your blades back from you. You do not deserve them, grave robber. Zoro narrows his eye, lips curling back in a smile. Then we'll be fighting again. He withdraws Kitetsu and Wado and ignores Enma's moaning. The fight goes quickly, even with 2 swords. Yukimaru is quick and technically skilled, but he doesn't have Zoro's strength or speed or raw power. It's over in less than 2 moves. He stands over the Guardian, Wado at his throat. The white katana rings with purpose. Stop, stop! Zoro grits his teeth and doesn't turn to Hiyori, whose footsteps he hears crunching in the snow. This is the second time she's interrupted this fight, and it's starting to get annoying. Zorojiro-san, please, is Shisui really the name of your lost katana? The Guardian doesn't look away from Zoro. Zoro doesn't look away from him. Yes. She exhales sharply, and then runs past the Guardian so that she faces Zoro, all 3 of them still on the bridge. Her face is creased with passion, her eyes wide. She gets to her knees right there in the snow, and bows. Zorojiro-san, Shisui is the most sacred relic in all of Wano. More revered than any shrine. If you have returned it to our land, we all owe you a debt that cannot be repaid. She looks up at him, eyes burning. I have no right to ask you anything, but I am begging you, please, give up Shisui. We cannot let it go again. Zoro stares at her. He grew up on stories of Ryuma. It was told often enough in the dojo. The tales probably much embellished and exaggerated. But Zoro heard enough about it all that he was disappointed when he beat the man so easily on Thriller Bark. He hasn't thought much about it since, or what the blade might have meant to Wano. Even when Kinemon started calling him a thief, he just didn't particularly care. Shisui was his. His style is built around having 3 katana. He can't just have 2, and he's grown used to Shisui. Getting used to a new blade by the time of the raid would be like trying to relearn swordsmanship all over again. It would set him back. It might make him stronger, too, assuming he survives. At his hip, Enma hungers. Enma was made by the Shimotsuki clan, and has chosen you. It was my father's who passed it to me, and now I grant it to you as a gift for your protection. Please, accept it. Hiyori promises, eyes desperate. It is of an equal grade to Shisui, and is yet to be perfected, please. Zoro stares again. He wonders how the hell Lucy got her hands on the damn katana Odin used. He's about to respond when danger pings off his senses, and he leans to the left to deflect the blade thrown at his head with Kitetsu's edge. Zoro looks over his shoulder to see the intruder. Seriously, what is with people interrupting this fight? It's a fishman in a Ronin hat. Kawamatsu? Hiyori asks brokenly, and Zoro is startled to find her crying openly. Then she runs past him, stumbling in the snow, and shouts, "Kawamatsu." The samurai lets her approach, and then stands frozen when she flings her arms around him, sobbing his name. "Hiyori-sama," he replies, and Zoro watches on as the two of them sob over each other beneath an empty sky. He looks down at the guardian, still held at the edge of Wato's blade, and finds tears in his eyes as well. "What, you too?" Zoro asks, grumbling. The guardian doesn't do anything but sob, and Zoro sits there bewildered as three people who apparently know each other sob in relief. He ends up withdrawing Wado, and letting Yukimaru stand. Interrupted fight or not, it doesn't feel right to threaten a man weeping in joy. It still pisses him off when the asshole puffs away again. It takes a long time for Hiyori and the newcomer to recover from their own emotion. Hiyori has a hand fisted in the Kappa's Haori and doesn't look inclined to release him anytime soon. For his part, Kawamatsu doesn't seem to mind. It turns out that Kawamatsu was collecting weapons from the graves of Ringo prior to his arrest, which is convenient. The thought of taking apart the graves leaves a bad taste in Zoro's mouth, but it's necessary. Any samurai would choose to lend their blade to the country anyway. "You were in Udon?" Zoro presses when Kawamatsu mentions breaking out. "Lucy's still there, right?" He can feel it, her presence lighting up the south like the smoke of a forest fire, hazy and daunting. Kawamatsu nods. "Yes. Lord Momonosuke found a special person to help us." Yeah, very special. She hasn't left yet." It's a question phrased as a statement, and Kawamatsu gives a slow nod. "No," he agrees. "I imagine she's still recovering before she moves on." Zoro's heart jumps, despite himself. Recovering from what? Kawamatsu looks distant. "I don't quite know. She arrived at the prison in poor condition, and I saw them drag her in. She contracted an infection on purpose as well." Zoro raises an eyebrow. Kawamatsu gives him a wry smile. "I believe she did so as a means to rally the troops." He looks a little awed by it. A familiar look by now, but not one that inspires much reassurance in Zoro about Lucy's health. "It worked, if you wanted to know. I came here to retrieve weapons for them all." I imagine what Zorojiro-san would like to know is whether or not she is well, Hiyori interjects. She gives Kawamatsu a look Zoro doesn't understand, some kind of query. Kawamatsu frowns deeply. "Her, Tanuki? Was there with her? He's a doctor, I believe." "Reindeer," Zoro corrects absently. But he feels more relief than he'd like to admit about it. If Chopper is there, Lucy will be fine. Their doctor would fight Kaido himself for the right to berate Lucy for getting herself sick. Now there's just him, and where to go from here, "Oi," he calls. "What am I supposed to do about my katana?" Zoro isn't unsympathetic to the whole sacred relic thing. It's clearly important to the people here, in a way Zoro doesn't really understand. Shisui is his katana. It's strong and familiar and a necessary counterbalance in his soul, but to him it is just a katana. No more, no less. He wants it because it's his, and he won it, and he received it at the testing grounds of his loyalty. Hiyori frowns, and looks at him around Kawamatsu's shoulder with shrewd eyes. "We cannot give you Shisui. It belongs to Wano." Both of them ignore Kawamatsu's dramatic gasp at the katana's name. Enma and its partner Aim no Habakiri are the only blades to ever have cut Kaido. "I have seen you use Enma. You can handle the katana." "Of course I can," Zoro snips. Kawamatsu looks affronted. "That's not the point." Kawamatsu narrows his eyes. "Are you so attached to the blade or to the legend?" "The blade," Zoro says dryly and convince him. This would all be so much easier if Ryuma hadn't asked him to keep their duel a secret. Damn old man, he really knew how to make life difficult from beyond the grave. Kawamatsu tilts his head, studying him. "Can you still hear it?" Zoro stares for a moment, surprised that Kawamatsu would even ask when everyone else has been skeptical of the possibility. He shakes his head. The Kappa nods to himself, like he expected that. Shisui is a perfected blade. A black blade. It was forged in the battles it waged with Ryuma, and the soul of Ryuma still lives in it, in a way. Kawamatsu hums. Black blades are rare. The mark of a master. On Wano, a black blade is retired when its master passes. The blade is considered dead as well. If you manage to connect with one, all you will hear is a void. An emptiness. Zoro doesn't stumble, but he does stop in his tracks, vaguely alarmed. Kawamatsu smiles at him. Shisui was heavy, right? Zoro just stares, a little too surprised to even respond to that. It was. Well, he's never spoken with another swordsman about the songs of his katana. It's interesting and a little exposing, somehow. His connection with his katana is private to him. Sacred, in a way almost nothing else is in his life. It's impressive you connected to the blade at all. Most swordsmen wouldn't have. Shisui must have liked you. Kawamatsu's gaze is approving. But if you want to improve, Shisui would hold you back. A master swordsman must master his blade. But Shisui has long since been completed. You could not improve with it beyond a certain point, any more than you could go back in time. Zoro stares at Kawamatsu for a moment before looking out into the quiet of Ringo. Shisui has been a yawning void of emptiness and desolation since he first held it. He remembers being pleased they connected so easily, remembers appreciating the challenge of wielding a katana that would not help him. Once balanced, Shisui's darkness always paired well with Kitetsu's ferocity and Wato's pride. It's a little disarming to hear that the blade was dead, in a way, all this time. Zoro looks at Enma, its presence screaming litanies of battle and all they could accomplish together. It shivers in joy at the thought of how much of Zoro it will eat before feasting on his soul. The pulsing heart of the blade is distinct, and a bit strange, too. He's never encountered anything like it. Enma is a powerful, terrible blade, and Zoro would be lying if he said he didn't like wielding it. Still, he looks over at Hiyori. Is it alright to give me this? I won't stay here after the raid. I'll take it with me. Hiyori looks away, off into the snowfields. Her kimono splits the landscape in bright colors like a forgotten paintbrush. Hiyori-sama, Kawamatsu protests, and he's glaring at Zoro now. I thought you meant to loan it to him, not. It was not even my father's, really, Hiyori interrupts. Her back is straight and her chin is high, like the courtesan she raised herself to be. Enma and Aim no Habakiri were never our families to keep, and it found its way to Zorojiro-san, a swordsman who can actually use it. Hiyori clasps her hands in front of her as she walks, her hands enclosed in her sleeves. Who am I to interfere with fate? Fate, or his wayward girlfriend. Fuck, he wants to see her. Find out what price she paid for her new masses of recently liberated devotees. I want to visit Ryuma's grave, he tells them. Before I leave, I'll let go of my claim to Shisui, but I need to visit Ryuma. That's the deal. Hiyori looks at him curiously, but nods, of course. Zoro looks to the south, and reaches out for the bright bell of his girlfriend's voice. She's still too far away to get impressions of her except that her heart still beats, and it's a little disappointing. He'll need to improve his hockey so he can keep an eye on her better. Chopper's with her. He doesn't need to check on her, he can feel her burning up the sky. She's as safe as she can be, and Zoro can do nothing to heal her. Do what you have to. There are weapons here he needs to get to Kinemon. Too many for Kawamatsu and Hiyori to transport on their own. He has a new katana. He has to train. It'll be difficult, especially with so little time. There's only 8 days to the raid. He'll make it work. He always does. And if he can't do a little thing like tame a cursed blade, he has no right to stand by Luce's side, let alone call himself the greatest. Yuru is a black blade, he remembers, and rubs at the scar on his chest. He'd bet his right eye that Mihawk perfected it himself. His dumb dagger, too. Zoro looks down at the 3 katana on his hip, and smirks. He'll just have to do the old bastard one better. Lucy likes the prisoners of Udon. Most of them, anyway. But she really doesn't want to be here any longer. It feels a little, she just doesn't like it here. She's not afraid of it, or anyone here. This place doesn't have like, a hold or anything, but she wants to be anywhere else on Wano. Chopper seems disinclined to let her so much as lift a finger, unfortunately. I'm fine, Chopper. Seriously. She makes to get up again and is only stopped by Chopper squishing her leg with heavy point. Tama giggles, and Lucy sighs. You are so stupid, Chopper hisses. He's mixing something that smells foul and makes her grimace. I can't believe you are so stupid. How could you get yourself sick on purpose? How could you do that? I knew you'd fix me, Lucy whines. They've been through this a few times already, but he seems to come back around to seething every time he mixes a new batch of medication. You didn't know this was fixable, Chopper whisper shouts, his own anger stealing all his volume. Lucy just pouts. You're the best though, you can fix anything. Not fucking death, you moron. Lucy rolls her eyes. I wasn't going to choose to die here. Definitely not here, that was for sure, in the entrance to the quarry. That isn't how it works, Chopper laments. He shoves a cup of his medication into Lucy's hand and guides it to her mouth. Drink. Lucy makes a face. Zoro'd agree with me, she mutters. She drinks the gross medicine with a scowl and sits up when Chopper gets off her leg. Zoro's just as stupid as you. He doesn't count, Chopper snips. Tama laughs. And Lucy rolls her eyes. She does feel a little bad about pissing off her doctor so much. He only worries for them. It was just something she needed to do. We should start training, old man encourages. He nods to the center of the courtyard, and Lucy agrees. On the way to Amagasa, Lucy corrects mildly. I'm not staying here. We're leaving? Chopper asks, a little worried. He looks out over the layers of men with infections he's been treating and Kiku smiles at his thoughtfulness. I can administer your medicine, she offers, I've seen how you make it now. Old man holds Lucy's gaze. Lucy sighs. They'll be planning in Amagasa. I can train there. Lucy nods pointedly to Momo and Tama. It's safer for them there goes unsaid, but old man nods, agreeing. The exchange doesn't go unnoticed by Momo, but Tama bounces on her heels, pleased with her home village's status as the base of operations. Lucy's just glad she'll be able to bring her back to Grandpa Nose before the raid. Stealing a katana is one thing. A kid is a little different. Lucy gets to her feet, brushes off the dirt. Chopper's done what he can, but the sea stone burns are taking a while to heal on her wrists and they stain and crack beneath the bandages. Chopper's pretty sure the cuts from the muzzle won't scar, but they're still scabbing over, and Momo looks a little intimidated every time he stares too long. Nami would probably suggest makeup, but it's not like Lucy would know how to use it if she had it in the first place, and Kiku's too busy to teach her. She tests her balance, hopping twice on her toes, and stretches left to right with her arms overhead until her back pops. The weakness in her muscles is from the lingering infection, and maybe some exhaustion, but mostly she feels fine. She travels. She's been in worse condition and done more. Alright, Lucy calls, cracking her knuckles. She wants to see her crew, and get the hell out of this place. Let's go. Zoro arrives at Amagasa with Hiyori and Kawamatsu in the early evening, ahead of Lucy. It's a little disappointing. He's impatient to see her. Oi, Zoro, Nami calls. Her hair is piled on top of her head in a complicated-looking knot and she's got pencil smudges all over her face from leaning the graphite tip against her skin as she thinks. It's a bad habit of hers that he likes making fun of her for, but it's better when it's pen and she's not planning a war. She looks tired. Which, he greets. He nods to Hiyori, Momo's sister. Nami gapes and looks between him and the taller woman, and Hiyori smiles. I am pleased to meet you, she offers the navigator. Nami nods to her, clearly a bit stunned, and then gets over it. Likewise. She gestures to the center of the Amagasa camp, where tables and charts and a loose organizational structure have been erected. Kinemon is over there, if you want to see him. Hiyori shares a look with Kawamatsu, eyes wide and joyous, and picks up her skirts as she glides over. Nami stays behind, and narrows her eyes at Zoro. Is this the woman Sanji and Brook are on a warpath about? Nami asks bluntly. She watches Hiyori with a bewildered expression. Zoro rolls his eye, embarrassed and annoyed. If they are, that's stupid. Nami drawls, and she sizes him up before looking back at the reunion happening in real time before them. If they're right then I'll kill you myself. No increases to the imaginary debt, she's serious. Zoro chooses to ignore the comment because again, stupid. What's going on with the planning stuff? Slowly, Nami turns away from the reunion scene before them and smirks. Are you actually interested or are you just asking where Lucy is? Zoro shrugs. He knows Luce is close, but still, it's going alright, Nami says slowly. Tonoyasu really saved us. We've got a lot more allies thanks to a Yakuza boss Lucy befriended in prison. Nami shakes her head, probably thinking about the absurdity of that statement. The weapons you guys brought help. One of Kinemon's friends had the blueprints Frankie was looking for. That was good news. Where's Robin? Aside from Lucy and Chopper, she's the only one he can't spot in the camp below. She said she had a hunch about something and then disappeared. She said she'd be back tomorrow. Huh. Frankie wanted to go with her. Robin wouldn't let him. Nami looks grumpier about Robin's absence than he might have guessed. She'll be fine, Zoro acknowledges. Robin, unlike pretty much every other member of the Straw Hats, actually knows how to stay hidden. Yeah, Nami agrees. Then she squints at him. Sanji-kun will want to feed you. He's been making yakitori since he sensed you coming an hour ago. Fuck the cook, Zoro couldn't sense the camp until half an hour ago. Screw him, he knows I like onigiri. He's not hungry yet anyway. He heads off into the woods. Enma moaning eagerly at his hip. I've got a train. At least eat when Lucy arrives. Nami hollers after him. Zoro just raises a hand to wave her off. He walks for a while until he's maybe a half a click away from the makeshift campsite on the beach. It's far enough away that he's pretty sure he won't bother anyone by reshaping the landscape, but they'll all be able to find him if they need to. He settles at a clearing pockmarked by some short cliffs carved by a creek bed, and bamboo trees all around. He used to practice by cutting bamboo. It's sort of nostalgic. Wano in general is nostalgic. He's really starting to wonder why that is. Zoro picks out a rock with a flat top and sits down. Lays Enma across his knees. Their agreement made outside of Ebisu is outdated. They need a new contract now before anything else. Zoro takes a deep breath and centers himself, and lets his focus fall to the grinding wrath of the Hellblade. Enma is hungry. Enma is starving. Enma wants to eat, and Zoro is as good an offering as any. Enma is empty. Enma wants to be used, wants to consume, wants to burn. Enma is named for the god of hell, and it wants to bring hell upon the earth, eat anything that gets too close. Enma needs power. Enma can take power and make it greater. Enma needs a swordsman who is great to burn the world to ashes. Zoro is weak, unworthy. But Enma will claim his soul happily, for fleeting satisfaction. Zoro has nothing else of value to offer it. I will be the greatest, Zoro growls, there is no one stronger. He closes his eye, opens them again, and the sea glass green Hammon winks in the dying sunlight. He thinks of Shisui's heaviness, the way it holds what's left of Ryama's heart. Fight with me. I will make you stronger. There's a yawning shiver in the blade, and the organs of it swallowing bellow in his head. Zoro grins. Enma may want to kill him, but it at least wants to be used. This is good, progress. He stands and draws Enma alone. He needs to figure out how to keep it in check before he tries to balance the three of them together. He swings. Enma consumes. Zoro pulls. Enma resents. It starts again. Lucy arrives in Amagasa an hour before midnight with an 8-year-old under each arm, an old man clinging to her shoulders, and riding her reindeer doctor. Lucy honestly doesn't think much about the sight they must make until Chopper bursts into camp right behind Kanjuro and half of her crew and their allies scream. Lucy drops Momo to the sandy beach unceremoniously and waves, "Hey." It's instant chaos. Usopp and Frankie run forward to hug her, because they haven't seen her since Zoe and O. She missed them. She grabs them both up in a bear hug and grins at Kinemon over Usopp's shoulder while she does it, and then she reaches for Nami and Sanji and Brook because there was a good 2 days where she only believed they were alive, she didn't know. Sanji hugs her a little tighter than the others, but it doesn't. Sanji almost always makes a joke of physical affection with her and Nami and Robin. This feels not like that. Lucy pats him reassuringly, not quite certain what she's fixing. I am relieved to see you safe. Lucy Dono, Kinemon greets as Nami takes her turn to strangle her. Lucy nods to him and catalogs the strangers around the camp. A couple of strong-looking samurai. A few minks she never knew the names of, and Carrot and Wanda. Torao's crew isn't around, but Torao's strong and he's sneaky like Robin. They're probably fine. She spots Grandpa Nose making his way over to Tama and grins at him. It's hard to tell with the mask, but she's pretty sure he's scowling at Lucy, which is fine. Zoro is a little ways away from camp, burning with focus and concentration. There's someone with him, but Lucy doesn't recognize her presence. "Go get the idiot, will you, Lucy?" Nami asks, and she rolls his eye with Zoro-directed exasperation. Lucy grins at her. He hasn't eaten dinner yet. Lucy licks her lips. "Is there meat?" she asks eagerly, turning to Sanji, and then because she may as well wheedle, "There's no meat in prison, Sanji, there should be meat." Sanji scowls and shoves a leg of mystery meat in her hand. Lucy exclaims in pleasure and tears into it immediately. "ANFOU, anytime, Lucy-san." Nami clears her throat firmly, and Sanji grimaces. "Ah, well, most of the time, rather." Lucy snorts at them both and jogs off into the trees, where the steady presence of her swordsman beckons. She thinks he probably noticed her arrival, but she shields her voice as much as possible anyway, because getting the jump on him sounds fun. She missed him. She wants to see him, badly, and maybe get a decent night's sleep tonight. Lucy cloaks her voice in thoughts of different kinds of meat and all the beetles she's ever caught, and the time Usopp told her drawing helps him think. The land around the village slopes up away from the sea and smells fresh and dewy, the trees mottled with strange yellow-green spots and the grass almost THS hair. She likes it, maybe because of that, or maybe because she just likes this country despite their shitty prison. Lucy approaches Zoro from downwind, which helps with her sneaking. She used to do this with the tigers and giant alligators in Goa's forests. Stalk them from treetops and get the drop from above. It was mostly a distraction. Ace and Sabo would always attack from the ground. Lucy grins and jumps into the branches of the nearest spotted tree. She's definitely jumped onto Zoro from the rigging before, or from a high railing or the top of the slide, but she doesn't think she's ever jumped out of a tree at him. It'll be fun. The trees here are kind of far apart and they don't have the best foliage cover, but they grow thicker together the farther she gets up the hill. Jumping from branch to branch without shaking anything too much is a challenge. She hasn't practiced acrobatics like this in a while. She almost forgot how fun it was, how much she liked it. Finally, she finds Zoro in a clearing. He isn't standing under a tree or anything, which means she can't jump from right above him, but there's a thick branch that extends into the clearing behind him. She'll have to be quick about it once she's up there, she'll be upwind. There's a woman in the clearing with him, tall, teal-haired. The wind carries hints of jasmine and myrrh, like expensive perfumes. Lucy blinks and places her. She was at the execution, clinging to Lucy's swordsman like a damsel on the cover of Dayton's novels. It was a difficult moment. Lucy won't hold it against her. "My father kept a journal," the woman tells Zoro, her bright eyes fixed on Zoro's hip, where his katana are sheathed. "Perhaps if we could find it." "Don't need anyone telling me how to use a blade," Zoro grunts, and uses the towel the woman offers to dry his hair of sweat. Wouldn't be any point, anyway. Zoro doesn't bother to elaborate. The woman looks bemused but doesn't push. Lucy uses Zoro's distraction to make her way into the correct tree, where she has a solid view of her first mate's back and shoulders. He's actually wearing the top half of his kimono, which is unusual for him when he's exercising or fighting. If he has a choice, Zoro always goes shirtless. Zoro's earrings and the stranger's hairpiece jingle at the same time as the wind picks up. Zoro freezes, his face turning into the wind, and Lucy's got no cover. Lucy leaps, flaring her haki as she goes so Zoro doesn't impale her with kitetsu on reflex. She hears Zoro call half her name and sees the stranger's eyes widen just before she impacts against Zoro's back. He grunts at the suddenness and maybe a little irritation, but his voice resonates with relief and affection and pleasure. And his hands catch her under her thighs without any hesitation at all. Lucy hooks her legs around his waist, her arms round his shoulders, and lands a sloppy, obnoxious kiss to his neck, right behind his earrings where she knows he has a sensitive spot. "Zoro," she laughs, and grins wide when she sees his cheek lift in a smile. "Lucy," he greets. He sounds gruff, but she can feel his shoulders drop beneath her arms, and his fingers are going to leave bruises in her thighs if he grips any harder. "You got stronger again." "Of course," Lucy replies, and then hums to herself. His voice sounds deeper. There are more tones in it, the color of the sound richer. "So did you. What did you do to your hands?" he asks, because Lucy's wrists are still wrapped in bandages. Zoro shifts so he can try and inspect them better, and she huffs in response. Nothing, she doesn't really want. Well, she'll tell him about the sea stone later. You smell bloody. He huffs. It's nothing. Just some guy with a spear. You smell weird, Lucy hums, nose scrunching with the unexpected strength of jasmine and myrrh. She follows the scent to the woman Zoro was speaking with and raises an eyebrow. Huh. The woman has a soft flush on her cheeks. She's tall and really pretty, with long, intricately coiled hair and huge eyes. Lucy can't think of anyone to compare her to but Hancock, even though they don't look that similar. They're pretty in the same way, like it's armor. The look she gives Lucy is interesting. She seems almost hungry. You must be Lucy no Joe, the woman greets. She's smiling but it feels a little off somehow. Please be careful, Zoro-jiro-san is injured on his right shoulder. She gives Zoro a flat look that strikes Lucy with its familiarity. It was a rather large spear. She's fine, Zoro defends. Lucy trusts he's telling the truth and doesn't move, but she settles her weight against Zoro's left side regardless. Zoro doesn't need her help getting hurt. Lucy. This is Momo's sister. Lucy blinks at the stranger and grins. Really? That's great, he'll be so happy to see you. The woman's eyes look bright, and her smile widens. That is good to hear. She straightens to her full height and raises her chin, all dignity and class. My name is Kazuki Hiyori. It is good to meet you, Lucy no Joe-san. I have heard much about you. Lucy can't really say the same aside from this woman's personal family tragedies, so she just nods, her cheek brushing against Zoro's hair. He really does smell weird. Is my brother, Hiyori composes herself. He went to Udon in search of you, I heard. Ah, Lucy gets it. He's her older brother. He's at the village with the others. Lucy promises, he's safe. Hiyori's shoulders relax and tension melts from her face as she smiles. It strikes Lucy again how pretty she is, almost unnaturally so. I hear that you are somewhat responsible for that, Hiyori adds, and she bows. Thank you, Lucy no Joe-san. I owe both you and Zoro-jiro-san debts I cannot repay. Lucy shrugs, the movement pressing her into Zoro's back a little more. I didn't really do anything. Yet, she's got a few promises to keep on this island. Hiyori's gaze shifts from Lucy to Zoro, the angle only subtly different but her expression softer somehow, warmer. Well, Zoro-jiro-san rescued Otoko and myself from the assassin Kamazo. When we fled the capital, for some reason the appreciation in her face makes Lucy's skin itch. He was kind enough to escort me here. I was looking for Shisui and ran into her. Zoro elaborates before Lucy can ask. He shrugs, moving Lucy's body with him. She stitched me up, he adds, like he's explaining his escort services away. Dumb. Zoro ran across a desperate woman and kid and decided to help them immediately because he's like that. The fact that she happened to be important to their cause was a bonus, but definitely not the reason he helped. Lucy projects her amused affection at him, and smiles when he relaxes into it. His ears are a little red too. She looks at Hiyori. Thanks for taking care of Zoro, she tells her, he's dumb a lot. Oi. My pleasure. Hiyori replies, clearly amused. But something about the way she hasn't looked away from Zoro or the affection in her voice or her smell on Zoro's clothes makes Lucy's stomach tight. Then the older girl looks back down the hill, toward the village. I suppose it must be time for me to meet my brother. She looks nervous, for all her perfect posture and tightly controlled movements. Lucy can hear the way her voice trembles. It's probably a little like how Lucy felt meeting Sabo again. He's the same as you remember, she promises. Just a little older, now, a couple months. Hiyori looks pained by that, for some reason. Yes. I suppose of the two of us, I am the one who has changed. The melancholy in her eyes passes and Lucy hears the twang of a shamisen as she gathers herself. Shall we go then? Lucy nods and wriggles in Zoro's hold to encourage him to let her down for the walk, but Zoro's grip on her thighs tightens to bruising and he hikes her up higher. Lucy stops wiggling. I'm gonna show Lucy where the ship's docked, Zoro tells her. Lucy frowns because, okay, yes, she'd like to know how Sunny's doing, but it isn't exactly as urgent as food. Be there later. Zoro's voice rings with barely contained, sums that has more to do with his hesitation than the Sunny. Hiyori holds his gaze for just a second too long, then looks to Lucy and nods. Lucy waves with one hand as she goes, and tries not to let her stomach curdle at the disappointment twinging in the woman's voice. So Hiyori likes Zoro. That's fine, Lucy gets it, Zoro's amazing. Sanji would lie about it, but even he likes Zoro. Still, it bothers her. It maybe shouldn't, it's maybe a little selfish of her to want Zoro all to herself, but she just does. Zoro doesn't even speak as Hiyori departs, just tromps straight into the forest. In the direction away from the beach, but Lucy's not going to explain that to him, with his thumbs rubbing circles into Lucy's thighs. Lucy buries her face in the collar of his kimono, right against his heated skin, and inhales the rich scent of him. Blood, steel, and sake, like it should be. No hint of rich lady perfume at all. Mine, she projects so hard Zoro nearly stumbles. Mine, mine, mine. Zoro growls lowly, and strides into the forest with aggressive determination. Lucy smiles, and lets him take them in circles. She spends the time basking in the reverb of Zoro's heartbeat, the way the steadiness of his voice saturates the air. She feels at home, safe for the first time since she fought Kaido, and she forgets about Hiyori's barely concealed longing. Zoro is hers. Will be hers until the day she chooses to die, and probably for a while after that. She knows that, in some part of her soul she gave to him. Still, she kisses the back of his neck as he jogs through the forest, and smiles into the skin there. It's good to remind everyone who staked a claim on him every once in a while. Judging from the hitch in his gait, and the way he holds her closer, Zoro probably doesn't mind. Zoro is just starting to wonder why it's taking so long to get to the cove when Lucy cheerfully points out that they've passed the same tree 4 times. Zoro promptly gives up on finding the wandering cove, slings Lucy off his back so abruptly she squeaks in surprise, and barely waits for her to get her feet under her before he's kissing her against the same tree. Lucy melts into him, willing and pliant and just as needy as Zoro, and it drives something in his head a little wild. He missed her. It feels like he's barely gotten to see her since she arrived on Wano and he could hardly touch her in Leftover Town. He's been distracted and crisscrossing Wano, but the itch in his skin to hold her, meld himself to her is almost unbearable now that she's right in front of him. And she's so much stronger now, it's almost unbelievable. Her presence feels like all the kinetic potential of an explosion waiting to happen, like a levee about to break. She's right on the cusp of something incredible, something powerful, and it makes Zoro want to scream to the world about his pride and bow. There's something fragile in her voice too, something a little shaky and nervous in a way Lucy almost never is. It makes him want to hide her away somewhere no one can touch her until it settles, until Lucy is stable enough to shake the earth to its foundations. He pulls back just for a moment, to get his heart rate under control. Lucy has the audacity to look stunned by his fervor after she just spent 20 minutes screaming her possessiveness and want at him for anyone with haki to hear. She goes to pull him back in, but he resists, shaking his head against the thrum of desire in his belly. "Let me see you," he growls at her, edging on desperate with their foreheads pressed together. Her eyes go soft and warm and impatient, but she nods and trails her fingers through his earrings on her way to gripping the nape of his neck and leans back against the tree. The first thing he sees when he pulls back are the cuts on her face. Most of them aren't deep, thin and precise in fact, like someone took a sword and carved lines into her cheeks and the sides of her nose with a live edge. They're scabbing over, and he can see new pink flesh in places that have healed quicker than others. Then he tilts her head up for a better look as he squints at her in the moonlight, and his thumbs graze a cut on the underside of her jaw. A thin cut, like sharp metal. There's a line of scabbing cuts kissing the hollow of her jaw. They muzzled her, he realizes distantly. They muzzled her and did it with a device with unwelded edges, so that she couldn't eat or speak, couldn't open her jaw, probably couldn't even move her lips lest it cut into her flesh. Lucy resisted it, because of course she did, and it took pieces of her skin every time. "Breathe," Lucy orders, and Zoro can barely hear her over the roaring in his ears. How long was she muzzled? Kawamatsu had similar scars, and Zoro hadn't asked because only an idiot asks about other people's scars. Is it? Did they just do that at Udon, or do prisoners have to earn it? What other injuries did she earn? "I broke it off myself, and Chopper says it won't scar." Zoro exhales very, very slowly, and kisses the scars with gentle pressure. Lucy sighs, and warm air blooms against his throat. He wants to ask her when the muzzle came off. He wants to know if he could have ended that indignity sooner if he'd just ditched Yasu and gone to Udon like he planned. Fuck, he relied on something as weird and esoteric as a gut feeling to let him know if Lucy needed help, knowing she was in prison. It's always worked in the past though, he's always just known. Should have gotten you out, he whispers as he kisses the cuts on her jaw. Nah, Lucy absolves immediately, because of course she does. Couldn't have known. She raises her left wrist, the one that isn't fisted in the collar of his kimono, and shows him the bandages. Sea stone blocks my haki. Zoro stands straighter, his hands moving from her face to her left arm, and holds it gently for inspection. The cuffs must have been thick, if the bandages are anything to go by. They cover half her forearm. Lucy doesn't flinch when he takes her hand and turns her wrist over for inspection. But there's a telltale firmness in her eye that he's come to recognize as Lucy biting her tongue against a screen. It still hurts then. He should have gotten her out of Udon. He didn't, there was a lot going on, and Brooke said security was tight, but he didn't think about how they were restraining her. Of course they'd use sea stone. He's seen devil fruit users get drained from them, knows it's a wildly uncomfortable experience from Lucy's testimony, but he had no idea it could do damage like this with prolonged exposure. Her devil fruit healed third-degree burns in a few hours once. She always bounces back. Well, mostly, the idea of something, anything, blocking haki is unsettling too. He should have gone to her when he was in Ebisu town and couldn't hear her, he should have. It only hurt for a little while, Lucy assures him, and Zoro doesn't want to think about that too much. She shrugs. I was fine. He scowls and moves his inspection up to her shoulders, her chest, his palms skimming her skin as he goes. She's still running around in the tattered remains of her borrowed kimono and the miraculously intact leather bust strap, which lets him see more of her than he could back in the wastes or at the tea house. She looks alright. There's a head wound across her hairline that Chopper's already stitched, and when he turns her around for inspection he finds only the line of a still healing cut along her left shoulder blade. He traces the cut with his thumb. Lucy shivers into his touch, her hands pressed against the tree bark. He can feel her heartbeat beneath his fingertips, the tattoo of a warrior's drum. That fragile thing in her voice rings a little louder and he hesitates, not sure how to hold something so precious. Lucy turns around suddenly, a stubborn frown on her face and fire in her eyes. I handled it. Zoro nods, because yes, she did. He never doubted her and he won't in the future, either. He was right, she took care of it herself and got them allies in the process. It's just that he won't forget why so much on what he can feel when he knows she's on her knees. I know you did, he replies, low and proud, and Lucy looks satisfied with the response. He goes to cradle her face in his palm, careful of the broken skin, but she pushes on Zoro's shoulders until he takes a step back and says, now you. She slips her hands under his kimono and isn't very careful about it. Zoro likes the way she furrows her eyebrows in concentration, pokes her tongue between her lips. He lets her do as she likes, manipulating his arm or the fabric as she wants. Eventually she gets the kimono shoved down to his waist and she frowns at the bandaged wound on his chest. Lucy hums when she sees it, trails her fingers as gently as possible along the fabric. Zoro doesn't flinch, regardless of the hurt. Was it a good fight? He places his hands on her hips to satisfy the urge to touch, and he tells her of his fights with the Guardian, with Kamazo, of almost having Shisui in his grasp before losing it again. How Hiyori gave him Enma permanently, and how he learned that Shisui is a dead blade. Lucy frowns. Hiyori gave you Enma? Odin willed it to her. Where did you find it anyway? I just keep saying my girlfriend gave it to me. Lucy hums consideringly. Grandpa Nose had it. I was about to leave but I felt it reaching for me, so I took it. Grandpa Nose? Tom is guardian. Long nose, like Usopp. Zoro hasn't met him. He nods, promising himself to keep an eye out and not completely ignore him if he shows his face. I'm sorry about Shisui, she says quietly. You're happy with Enma? He nods, not bothering to reply. Lucy knows that the katana he wields are a part of him, that he pours himself into them. Giving up Shisui and taking up Enma means remaking himself, and Lucy's eyes reflect that, big and black and unfair in the moonlight. He turns his attention to her voice. Lets himself be caught in the clear ring of a bell across the sea. Fuck, he missed her. What do you think of Wano? He asks, remembering of all the places he wants to show her, of the strange sense of familiarity that this country seems to hold for him. I haven't seen it much, Lucy answers, despite the lack of context. His hands wind around her hips, his fingertips nearly touching. Amagasa is nice. Some people said Kibi is pretty. Zoro tries to think of a way to articulate the way this place feels different than all the rest, and comes up short. I like Ringo, he tells her. It's always winter there. Like Chopper's Island, Lucy notes, and her hands trace the ridge of muscle along his shoulders. It's distracting, her fingers burning trails in his skin. Bet he'd like it there too. Zoro nods, not really sure how to convey the strangeness of this island to him. Or the not strangeness, rather. Part of him was hoping she'd just get it, that it isn't just him. Yeah, he would. It's a good place, kinda weird. Lucy hums an acknowledgement. Curry has a voice. Lucy looks up at him, and there's moonlight in her eyes. Hints of something only she can see. Maybe all of Wano has a voice. Funny. He spent weeks in Curry scrounging off the wastes and he doesn't remember feeling that. Maybe, he allows. But it still doesn't explain the way it feels like this island recognizes him. Is this that weird hockey you have? There really hadn't been much time to think about it on Zoe, but Lucy's weird voice thing and the screaming and the blood looked unpleasant and had terrified Momo for days afterward. Lucy heard a giant elephant speak and then they all just kind of shrugged it off. He didn't really think about her hearing other things, too. They were distracted that last day on Zoe, much as they tried not to be. Once everyone was fine, they didn't ask too many questions. Lucy scrunches up her nose in thought, like she hasn't considered it much either. I dunno. Maybe? She shakes her head. Udon was. She shakes her head, not quite able to explain. She tilts her head into the cool evening breeze and Zoro brushes her loose hair away from her face. It's greasy and matted with blood and sweat and unnameable filth. If he thinks about it, this might be the worst she's ever smelled. Nami will make her take a bath before allowing her in the girls' room. Lucy's dirty enough that he doesn't think she'll even object. He wouldn't really expect anything different after almost a week in prison. Zoro doesn't mind. Chopper probably gave her something to protect the cuts and burns from infection. Amagasa has a voice, Lucy says slowly, sort of faint though. Everyone's gone. She shakes her head, mystified. It doesn't feel. Zoro casts around for something that makes him feel less crazy. Familiar, here? Lucy hums and considers and shakes her head. No, she squints. Should it? No, Zoro answers. There's no reason this place should hold such a strange kind of sense memory for him. Not even if there is some weird connection between it and Sensei's dojo. But Lucy tilts her head and it's like she's looking through him. A different kind of inspection. Zoro holds her gaze. Maybe you hear Wano better than me, Lucy says after a moment, and Zoro shrugs. She stands a little straighter, grips his shoulders at the base of his neck. What's it saying? Zoro shakes his head, it's not like hockey. It just, he trails off, tongue sticking to the back of his teeth. He doesn't know how to articulate it. It's just feelings, weird ones. Mystery feelings. Zoro scowls at her. Oi. What? You're the one with funny feelings, Lucy teases, and he glares down to find her smiling. The cuts on her face curving a bit garishly with her grin. But it somehow strikes Zoro as endearing anyway. He rolls his eye at her, his lips twitching up despite himself. And Lucy giggles as he kisses her. Her grin twists under his lips as they slot together, as he knots his hand in her hopelessly tangled hair. She lets him back her up against the tree, press her against it. It's the kind of kissing that doesn't really go anywhere. Lucy's still hiccuping these tiny laughs into his mouth and Zoro doesn't think she's laughing at her own joke so much as laughing for the sake of it, and the thought makes the abbreviated gasps seem precious. It feels so good holding her like this, without the urgency of reunion and the looming dread of separation. It's Lucy, who really needs to brush her teeth but also feels so right against him. Fuck, he missed her. He kisses her a little harder, the months since he last had her to himself pressing down on his shoulders. Lucy's fingers pull at the roots of his hair, and suddenly the curve of her body fits a little deeper against his and he finds himself falling out of awareness, into her. She's so warm. She feels like a furnace against him, like a miniature sun lighting him up, burning questions and mystery feelings and strange nostalgias away. Lucy, with her soft lips and hips that fit perfectly into his hands, and grasping fingers, both hers and his. Zoro could kiss her all night, he thinks. Lazy and thorough and aimless, for as long as she'd let him. They're interrupted by her stomach growling. So loudly Zoro feels her belly rumble against his and they pull apart with Zoro laughing and Lucy pouting, a smile twitching against her mouth. Nami said you haven't eaten yet? Lucy asks, her fingers sliding from his neck and down his arms to grasp his hands, squeezing lightly. Wanted to train first, Zoro admits, squeezing back, ready to go back? Lucy nods once, looking down at their clasped hands, and then sways forward, her forehead against his sternum. Zoro looks down at her, an eyebrow raised as she sort of slumps against him. Tired? He asks, and he controls his grin when she nods against his chest. Can we? She hesitates, a rarity, and that note of fragility returns to her voice like crystal glassware singing. I want to sleep together tonight. Zoro stares down at her, considering for just a moment. Lucy doesn't ask for permission for these things, didn't even before they started dating. The careful request and her exhaustion raise a sirehead. The desire to hide her away until this fragile thing is gone and healed feels like a stone in his heart. Sencho, Zoro whispers, and cradles the back of her skull to his chest, tangled topknot and all. He feels Lucy smile against his skin. The singing crystal gives way to low bells tolling in a midnight hour. Zoro wraps his arm around her shoulders, the heat of her seeping into his skin, and they stay standing that way until Lucy shifts under his arm to wrap her own around his waist, and they start the walk back to Amagasa. Lucy leading the way because, I want to eat now. Zoro lets her, and makes no comment about the way she tucks herself under his arm, presses herself in close. He just squeezes, holds her against his own body, and hopes he isn't shattering anything by letting her keep her reasons to herself. How is she doing that though? It's a mystery, Usopp. She's like a human trash compactor. Usopp raises a bit of chicken a few inches in front of Lucy's face. Lucy moves so quickly Usopp yelps, her teeth closing around the offered food, chewing, swallowing, and then going quiet again, snoring against Zoro's shoulder. It's a little disgusting if Zoro's being honest. Also extremely funny. The cook looks torn between flattery and revulsion, and subsequently self-recrimination for his own disgust. I've heard of sleep eating but she's not even seeking it out, Nami comments, Tama dead to the world and sprawled across her lap. Maybe it's because she was in the middle of eating when she passed out, Sanji muses. He scrapes down his grill and lowers the flames to a simmer. She said she was hungry, but, he shrugs, not really having to explain to them that, hungry, is a constant state of being for Lucy. Zoro sets his own plate aside, full and satisfied, a little sleepy. Around them, the impromptu reunion party is winding down. The samurai are all knotted around each other. A pink-faced, overwhelmed Momo looking up at his beaming sister in awe, words falling from his lips in a rush as they refamiliarize themselves with one another. Kinemon has a cup of sake in hand, and his eyes are a little red as he stares at Hiyori. Lucis, Grandpa knows, sits next to Nami to keep an eye on Tama but his gaze, too, is fixed on the siblings. No matter how hard you work in udon, you only receive millet dumplings, a tiny Yakuza man drawls. He doesn't wilt when the Straw Hats turn their collective attention to him. The young lady ate plenty, but millet doesn't satisfy, and the last 24 hours have been exhausting for her. Zoro snorts and squeezes Lucy just a hair tighter against him. He gathers that the thugs at Udon tried to execute Lucy via a battle royale, which was stupid on their part. It was also probably not very fun, since it sounds like she didn't even get a good fight out of it. And then there is the prison itself, Hitetsu adds lowly. She may be a thief, but I was sorrowed to hear they sent her to Udon. The old man grimaces and nods. Zoro narrows his eye. Aside from the obvious, why's that? Usopp asks, raising a piece of squid to Lucy's face. She snatches this one just as deftly as she did the others. Usopp and Nami share a look of bemused horror. It's a men's prison, old man explains. We were all surprised to see the young lady dragged in, especially in such poor condition. Old man shakes his head. There were bets on how long she'd live. or how long it would take for one of the guards to kill her. Udon is notorious for its brutality. Those who enter rarely come out, Hitetsu adds. The stories of the guards' cruelty still circulated, even here. Nami frowns and narrows her eyes. She wasn't. Their navigator's fists clench on her knees, next to Tama's head. She was strong enough to fight though, right? The grimace on the old man's weathered face is answer enough. No, Lucy was not strong enough to fight. She was injured from the start, thrown into a pit with abusive guards and a muzzle, and power-draining, pain-inflicting restraints, and she fought Kaido, Sanji points out, his face tight. He's staring at Lucy with a pinched expression, his concern palpable. His guilt, too. Zoro rolls his eye, as if there was a reason for him to feel guilty. Like you could take down Kaido, should he cook. Sanji's eye flashes as he takes the bait. Why you? You were watching her, Nami interrupts. Eyes fixed on the old man shrewdly. You'd know if anything happened. Zoro squints at her in confusion. Lucy's fine. He knows she's fine because he looked her over himself. She's battered and bruised and there are new scars around her wrists. But she's fine. And she's stronger now, brilliant. Nami's glare is still pinned to the old man, furious and demanding answers Lucy hasn't offered herself. The old Yakuza looks at Nami, and then at Lucy, tucked against Zoro and fast asleep, and he sighs. The guards took bets, at first. Then a particularly horrible one disappeared. A prisoner tried to touch her, and she maimed him. The old man looks directly into Nami's hard gaze. No one bothered her after that. It takes Usopp's gasp of horrified comprehension for Zoro to actually realize what they're afraid of. Lucy, weakened in a prison full of Kaido's worst. A place full of guards known for abusing prisoners, muzzled and unable to even scream for help. A girl chained and targeted for so many reasons. Facing assholes who wanted to prove themselves powerful and strong and impressive to each other. Prisoners desperate for something to control. Nami, Zoro calls lowly, and their navigator's hard eyes turn to Zoro. Her hands are trembling, clenched into fists. He's not as good at reading people as Lucy, not as good at picking up on the emotions of people who aren't Lucy. But Nami's voice rings of protectiveness and old fear. She's fine. Nami looks at him, eyes hard, and he holds her gaze until it shifts to Lucy, snoring lightly against him. And if Nami swallows, her chin high, and if she isn't? If something like that happened, Zoro promises darkly, I'll let you watch while I kill them slowly. It makes his pulse rise, just thinking of it. Makes his bloodlust spike. He'd track down every guard in that prison and slaughter them. Feed them to Enma and Kitetsu and savage Kaido's ranks. Orochimaru's lackeys, cause a bloodbath that would stain the whole island red. Even the thought makes Wado ring so loudly it splits his skull in two. His blood boils and turns to sludge in his veins. He can feel his ribcage splitting apart, his shoulders multiplying. Lucy's face is relaxed in sleep, a softness to her as she drools into Zoro's chest. Utterly unbothered by the way he burns, the horror of his aura she can no doubt sense even asleep, because Zoro tastes poison as Asura roars. Enma latches onto Asura, eager and furious and hungry. Zoro takes a deep breath, focuses on the way Lucy is cradled safely against his ribs. Swaddled in his haori, the sense of contentment she exudes. Enma's teeth slowly pull away from Asura, like a dog reluctant to release a bone. Lucy's fine, she said so herself, said she handled it. She's fine? Nami asks, the question directed at Zoro. He thinks of the singing glassware in her voice and the way it faded away with the promise of company. Ask her yourself, he answers. And then he turns away from Nami to glance at the old man. A rebuke there for scaring their crew without cause. She's fine. The old man's wary eyes flit between the straw hats. Sanji scowls as he gnashes his teeth against a cigarette. Usopp and Frankie share a grimace. Nami finally relaxes. When the old man's gaze comes back to Zoro, he tilts his head. Your faith in her is admirable, considering the circumstances she faced. Zoro tries not to bare his teeth in a snarl. This old fox is fishing. She's our captain. Who else would we believe in? The ancient Yakuza's wrinkled lips pull up at the corners, tripling the folds in his face. Well said. A steadfast crew suits a girl as kind and bright as her. Sounds like a Neki, Frankie says quietly, his face full of rare seriousness as he stares down at their captain. Lucy almost seems to sense the attention on her and burrows into Zoro's chest a little more, her legs curling up into his lap. Zoro pulls the haori a little tighter around her shoulders so she's more or less trapped against him. That frantic, magpie-like desire fills him for an instant. He wants to hide her behind his ribcage, wants Lucy cocooned in the aquarium lounge on the Sunny, with a mug of hot chocolate in her hand and wrapped in his clothes and laughing with their crew littered around them. The thought of it eases Asura fully away with a shaky breath. Lucy sleeps on, undisturbed. "You speak of that thoughtless child strangely," Hitetsu comments, eyeing the old man carefully. The tiny man grins at him, and Zoro can see a shadow of the former Yakuza boss in his SM narrows his eye. "She saved you. It's not a question." The old man looks at Lucy and smiles. "I languished there for 20 years. It took her barely 5 days to understand us and free us all." The Tengu mask is impassive. He turns his attention back to Tama and nods to himself, slow and intentional, before he looks back to Hiyori and Momo. Usopp snorts loudly out of nowhere. Everyone turns to him, and Nami swats him on the shoulder with a muttered "read the room." Sorry, Usopp mutters, grinning too much for the apology to be genuine. "It's just 5 days to free one measly prison? She's losing her touch." Zoro laughs shortly, and then Nami giggles a little hysterically and Sanji sighs, and then all of them are laughing a little too hard. Aneki topples dynasties in a couple hours. She must be having an off week, Frankie adds with a chuckle. It took her like a day to punch God, Nami adds, and she's smiling too. She punched a kami? Hitetsu asks, bewildered, and immediately they're treated to a fantastical retelling of their adventure in the sky by Usopp, who seems to have assumed Sanji's, Zoro's, and Lucy's role in the story, among others. Zoro tunes it out, focuses instead on Lucy's lungs expanding at even intervals. When Usopp gets to the beanstalk, now a floating tower in the sky propelled by windmills, Zoro yawns, gathers Lucy up a little awkwardly, and stands. He turns toward the tent someone set up a few hours ago, when there was still daylight. They might not have set one up for him or for Lucy at the time, maybe. "Come on, I'll show you where I had them set up." Lucy-san's tent, Sanji calls, noticing his exit. Zoro frowns at him, suspecting cook bullshit, but there's nothing in his expression to object to. Zoro nods, adjusts Lucy so her temple rests against his collarbone, acknowledges the others' farewells with a grunt, and walks with the cook along a lantern-lit path toward a ridge near the beach. The cook stays quiet, doesn't even complain about Zoro squishing Lucy or take cheap shots at him. It's wigging Zoro out, enough that he finds himself paying more attention to the asshole than his own girlfriend. "Oi," Zoro calls, "what's wrong with you?" Sanji's lip curls, and he lights another cigarette. Zoro's half expecting the cook to get defensive and tell him to fuck off, but instead his shoulders slump and he shoves his hands into the pockets of his yukata. It looks a little like surrender, and it leaves a bad taste in Zoro's mouth. "Did Lucy-san tell you anything about Whole Cake Island?" Sanji asks. His voice is low and reluctant, but it doesn't waver at all. Zoro kind of wishes it would, because it doesn't make sense for the cook to be asking about this. "She said she fought someone cool. She got stronger." Zoro squints at him. "Why?" Sanji kicks a rock, puffs a smoke circle the way that makes Lucy the most entertained, and sighs. "I was a dumbass." "You're always a dumbass," says you of all people, Sanji snaps, and the fight in his words is a little reassuring. "I was a dumbass, and frankly, she should have kicked me off the crew. I've been saying that for years." "Fuck off." His scowl has some actual heat in it now. "I'm trying to." "You apologize?" Zoro interrupts, because provoking him isn't working as well as it should and he doesn't feel like drawing this out in the middle of the night. "For whatever you did that has you looking like you want to commit harakiri." Sanji looks away and sighs. Doesn't deny it. "Of course I did, but..." "Then fuck off and stop giving her that pathetic look," Zoro snaps. "She forgave you. Probably a bad call, but whatever happened she's over it." Zoro sends him a look, quizzical. "You know this shit." He should, anyway. Sanji's been around almost as long as Zoro, and in his better moments, he understands Lucy almost as well as Zoro does. He knows Lucy wouldn't have accepted him back unless she meant it. Sanji looks down, drags on his cigarette and taps out the ashes in a lantern. He stops moving, and Zoro follows suit, turning to look back at the cook. There's some complicated expression on his face, something Zoro doesn't know how to parse. Lucy-san found out about Thriller Bark, Sanji says quietly. There's an implicit question there, and a pause to let Zoro answer it, but he stays silent. She said. Sanji shakes his head, glares into the dark of the forest. Zoro raises an eyebrow, waits for the cook to get to the point. Sanji sighs and looks Zoro in the eye. Squares his shoulders. She said she hates when people leave. Zoro's stomach clenches and he holds Sanji's gaze evenly, refusing to give. He checks with his haki to make sure Lucy is in fact asleep for this conversation, and releases a long, slow breath through his nostrils. She must have been pissed at the cook if she told him that. Helluva guilt trip. You looking for an explanation? Zoro asks. He's not going to get one if that's the case. Zoro doesn't know everything about Lucy's childhood and he doesn't need to. Sanji doesn't need to know anything Lucy hasn't offered herself. No, Sanji answers immediately. It just made me see her differently. More clearly. Zoro frowns. Sanji takes a deep breath, free of cigarette smoke this time. I never questioned keeping that shit a secret, but I understand better now. Zoro stares and watches Sanji's gaze drop to Lucy's face. There's awe there, a kind of marrow deep respect Zoro's seen in him before on rare occasions, but it's startling this time for the lack of prompting. Sencho risks a lot with our crew, Sanji says finally. I never realized how much. Oh, so that's why he looks like he had his whole world realigned. It's not hard to understand. Lucy recruited them all because they were willing to put their lives on the line for their dreams. For causes they believe in, for her. But she risks her own heart every time they do it. Lucy must have really been pissed at Sanji to tell him exactly how much it would hurt if she lost one of them for her sake. Considering her reaction to Zoro's part in Thriller Bark, he supposes he shouldn't be surprised she laid it on a little thick with Sanji. So, Zoro says slowly, what are you gonna do about it? Sanji looks surprised, like he wasn't expecting that question, which is stupid, because it's the only thing that really matters. I'm not going to give her a reason to worry, Sanji says after a moment, and his gaze sharpens. Not about me, or anyone else on the crew. I'm going to take responsibility for that. Zoro squints at him. Oi, you don't mean me. Fuck no, you can die in a hole. I'll comfort Lucy-san after, I'm sure she'll get over it quickly. Zoro scoffs, but Sanji's moving again, walking past Zoro with a surety that was missing before. Oi, screw you, shit cook, you suck at fronting. What, you need me to make sure you don't die on her? I don't want you anywhere near me, Zoro snaps. Don't act like you're better than me, asshole. My bounty is higher, Sanji mugs at him. Poor Whittle swordsman needs some help sometimes, nothing to be ashamed of. Fuck off. Fucking shitty ass cook, like you have anything on me in a fight. I'd kick your head clean off your shoulders, I would cut your leg off. Oh yeah? Prove it. Name the time and place, Zoro snaps. They turn a corner as the path meets the beach, heading up the ridge to a bundle of tents. Several lanterns set around the edges for easy walkways. Sanji snorts. I half expected you to drop her. The fuck do you take me for? Zoro growls. An idiot, well, walked right into that one. Lucy-san's tent is that one, on the left. There are 3 tents larger than the others, presumably set up for the girls. Zoro doesn't mention to Sanji that Lucy would hate this on a number of levels, if she hadn't already made Zoro promise to sleep with her tonight. She hates sleeping alone on a good day, let alone when she's strung out and exhausted. Zoro makes his way over with a nod to the cook, and he's just about to peel back the tent flap when Sanji calls out. We have, I says, his face filled with awe but his tone mundane, a clinical observation. Zoro pauses in his awkward attempts to crawl into the tent with his arms full. Did you just figure that out? Sanji rolls his eye. Not all of us can dramatically pledge their undying fealty while bleeding out onto a piece of driftwood. He drops the cigarette butt and uses his shoe to rub it into the dirt. But, no, I just realized she's been taking on more than I knew. Idiot, she's always said exactly what she means. Yeah, Sanji agrees. Yeah, I know. He shuffles his hands in his pockets, eyes Zoro standing at the entrance of the tent, and turns to walk back to the beach. Don't be late for breakfast, Sanji calls behind him, "I won't keep it warm for you." "Screw you and your shit food." Zoro calls back, but he doesn't shout like he might have if he didn't have Lucy pressed up against him still. Shuffling into the tent is a bit of a task. He ends up shifting to heft Lucy over his shoulder so he has a free hand to manipulate the tent flap and then the bedding inside. Lucy is exhausted enough that she stays asleep even when he accidentally sort of drops her on her head. Eventually though, he manages to get them settled on their sides, facing one another. It's a narrow sleeping mat meant for one, and it's the only way they both fit. Lucy's head rests against his bicep, her face only a few inches away. He brushes her grown-out bangs away from her forehead, tucks the hair behind her ears. She still doesn't smell great. Her hair may or may not have human excrement in it, and his arm is going to fall asleep in about 5 minutes, but he doesn't move. He's tired. Really tired, actually, but he feels wide awake right now, totally alert. He traces the cuts on her face with his thumb, as gently as he can so he doesn't disturb the scabs. Lucy is so strong, so powerful and full of glory, and yet she still feels so small cradled against him like this, vulnerable. Lucy spent the last few days fighting, freeing herself and others until she burned so brightly he could sense her from Ringo, and he doesn't want to stop looking at even as his vision blurs with exhaustion. She's never going to prison alone again if he can help it. There's so little time before the raid. Tomorrow he's got to train, so that he can wield Enma and help fight the tyrants that live here. Sanji's not the only one taking responsibility. Lucy will need him, will depend on him being strong so she can throw herself into victory, and Zoro has long since sworn to stand between her and enemies not worth her time. He'd need to train anyway, even if he still had Shisui, because Lucy's strength is growing exponentially, as brilliant as a streaking comet. Enma moans, hungry and greedy. It would take Lucy if Zoro would offer her. Zoro would be strong if he could give Enma that. Zoro kisses Lucy's forehead, right between her eyebrows, her skin almost feverish beneath his lips. He stretches his senses, finds his crew minus Robin meandering to their respective tents, and feels his body relax, his alertness finally seeping away with the soft bloom of Lucy's breath. Enma quiets, stymied. He sleeps. The morning hasn't come yet when Zoro wakes again. It's pitch black in the tent, not even gray with oncoming sunrise. He can sense Straw Hats slumbering around them, and the samurai as well. It's peaceful. Quiet, with the sound of forest and ocean in the distance. For a moment Zoro's not sure what woke him. Then Lucy shifts, and he realizes she's up too. He looks down, taking her in. She looks better already. The cuts on her face faded from scabs to barely visible pale lines now that her devil fruit is able to heal her properly. Her eyes are clearer too, the tension around the edges gone. She grins at him when she sees he's awake, bright and unencumbered, and it has him grinning back. "Hey," he whispers, tugs her hips against him to keep from rolling off the narrow bedroll. "You're up early." She shrugs, shifts to pull Zoro's body closer, wraps herself around him more intractably. There's a playfulness to her, a lightness, and Zoro's smile widens as he picks up on it, helpless but to fall into her pace. "Felt ready. Wanna train?" She wriggles until he lets her push his shoulders flat onto the mat and she straddles his hips, palms against his chest. Her grin spreads, and it's so bright even in the dark of their tent he feels stunned. "I missed waking up with you." Something splinters in his chest, something sharp and yearning. He squeezes her hips once before reaching up to grasp her hand, drag it to his lips. Lucy has a thing for her hands. It disarms her, makes her flustered when he kisses them. He likes doing it, likes watching the way her expression changes, and he watches now as she moves from bright to blazing, burning fire and determination glowing in her eyes. "You know," Lucy says slowly, gaze heavy, full of intent, "I miss doing other things with you too." Zoro's throat dries instantly, and Lucy takes advantage of his surprise to pull her hand away from his lips. There's a few moments of fumbling as she sits back, her hands digging in the font of his kimono and Zoro trying to reach for her at the same time. She wins, yanks his obi open with challenge and glee in her eyes, her focus as direct and insistent as a punch to the face. Her other hand fists in his hair as he sits up to meet her and she yelps as she rocks back in his lap, giggling until he captures her mouth with his and everything else falls away. Kissing Lucy is, always, like having breath return to his lungs even as she steals it, like feeling the sunrise on his skin, like coming home. But sometimes, like now, it feels like fire in his heart, in his gut, like he's never tasted sake before, like being devoured whole and liking it. He runs his hands up her calves, the outside of her thighs, kisses down her neck as she ruins his top knot. She's trembling faintly, from excitement or from need he doesn't know, but it makes a shiver run down his spine, a frantic energy tingling across his skin. He missed this. Missed her, and thinking of missing her has him pressing bruises into her hips, worrying her neck. Mine, he thinks deliriously, mine. Lucy whines and squirms in his lap and there's a pang low in his belly, his teeth pinching her skin. There's an answering burst of possessiveness in Lucy and she uses her teeth to mark his neck in kind. His skin breaks beneath the force of her jaws and he rips the cord out of the terrible top knot he tied a week ago loose so her hair tumbles down in a fall, and when she's done he tastes his own blood on her lips, her kiss hot and wet and coppery. He's just reaching for her tattered kimono when the tent flap rustles and a short figure shadows the opening. "One-chan," Tama calls, uncertainty coloring her small voice on the other side of the curtain. "One-chan, are you in there?" "Oh my god," Lucy whispers hoarsely, barely loud enough for Zoro to hear but filled with incredulous outrage at the interruption, her palm pressing against his chest a little harder as she twists in his lap to look at the tiny interruption. He gapes at the tent flap stupidly, his head spinning, and Lucy clears her throat to speak up. "Yeah, just a minute, Tama. Chopperman said to come get you." The little girl informs dutifully. "He said you should see him before practicing?" Zoro crushes Lucy to his chest out of pure irritation and petty denial. Lucy snorts into his shoulder, squirming in his hold half-heartedly, warm and sleep-soft, her lips swollen and red, shining with spit. "I'll be down in a bit, Tama," Lucy promises, and Zoro scowls at her. She just grins, a little impish. "Could you go let Chopperman know?" And then the shadow cast against their tent disappears and Zoro listens for footsteps against the grass as she trots down the hill to the village below. Zoro sighs, loosens his hold on her hips, and looks down at Lucy and her bright eyes and brighter smile. "Training." Lucy nods, presses the heel of her palms to her eyes, rubbing hard. "Old cool stuff with hockey," she explains. Zoro pulls her hands away from her face, disliking the barrier. "I'm gonna use it to kick Kaido's ass." Zoro would like very much to know where Lucy finds these old wise men to train her. They all become so invested. Zoro looks reluctantly at Enma. He should also train. He's definitely not about to fall asleep again. They have so little time. Lucy is in his lap though, beautiful, perfect, here. She doesn't make any move to get up either. He sighs, rests his forehead against the top of her shoulder. She hums and places a hand in his hair, and reluctantly Zoro agrees with her. The moment is gone, and they really do have to train, still. "Don't sleep alone tonight," he tells her as he backs off, rests his palm against her cheek. It's an invitation he doesn't need to extend because he'd find her regardless, but he has no intention of letting her sleep on her own until they're on the sunny sailing away from this island. Victory behind them. Maybe not even then. Lucy nods and bites her lip, and her eyes burn through him. He misses the warmth of her immediately as she moves to crawl out of the tent. He follows, curbs the impulse to pinch her ass because now isn't the time to feed his libido, and he takes her hand again when they're both standing at the front of the tent, Lucy's hat pressed to her hair. Lucy's eyes have that solid fire in them, that edge that says nations will fall at her knees, and Zoro feels something in him echo a determined response. "Let's win," she orders, and Zoro feels his spine straighten under her gaze. "Aye, Sencho," he agrees, and Lucy smiles. She leans up to kiss him goodbye. A small, fleeting thing, no time to drown, and pulls away. Zoro watches her go in the slant of morning light, waits to see if she'll change her mind even knowing she won't, and goes to work. If her normal armament is like a rooting, a thickening, then Ryu is the warmth that creates it, that flows in and around her like an extension of herself. She can sense it now that she's looking for it, now that she knows what she's looking at. It's a cloak of warm, vital energy, waiting for her to activate and use at her will. It's flimsier than the base armament, the kind that roots her down and protects. It's more temperamental, easier to disrupt with a physical blow or with a shift in her mood. The flow always returns, but she needs to coax it into burning. It's difficult. She strains too hard, trying to condense the flow of haki into something brutal and burning. Old man keeps telling her to relax, and Lucy keeps trying, but it's awkward for her. The essence of a fight is putting her whole self on the line, her whole body, and every punch she throws should have that kind of commitment. If she's not straining for it, then she's not really fighting. She says as much to old man, and he sighs. When a swordsman fights, it is all about precision. You're a brawler, so you might not know. Old man gives her a disappointed look, like he expects her to fit a lifetime of swordsmanship training into 8 days and learn Ryu. A swordsman cuts what they want to cut, she remembers. Kitetsu doesn't cut her because Zoro doesn't want it to. Old man raises an eyebrow and nods. Right. Ryu is a natural extension of your haki. It is about cutting what you want to cut, so to speak. The right pressure, not all the pressure. A balance, where she punches hard and stays calm enough to flow. Ah, this will be hard. Lucy's the type to fight with passion. Lucy raises her fists, and lets Ryu flow. If she moves slowly, if she isn't pushing herself physically, it's easy to call the energy forth and let the flow of haki sit like a second skin on her fists, extending from herself. But that's next to useless in a battle, and so she pushes herself to let it flow while ripping through trees and boulders, turning the area around Amagasa village into rubble. She growls and reaches and fails, and sometimes almost succeeds. She keeps going, cannot let the failure stand. Ryu flows around her, always invisible and unregulated. If she uses armament it becomes thicker, denser, rooting. But the outer layers of the armor, the Ryu, are still there. She just has to ignite it, let the flow thicken and burn around her. The flow isn't separate from her armament, it's part of it, the next layer. She punches a boulder. It cracks into 100 pieces under her fist. She didn't even hit it that hard. Again, old man calls, an approving nod, keep going. She does. Zoro has trouble finding the clearing he trained in the day before. He wanders for a while but the forest keeps changing and the clearing at the top of the hill near the village never seems to materialize. Eventually he figures anywhere is as good as anywhere else and settles in to wrestle with a demon blade. Enma's bursts of rancor and avarice are unpredictable, which makes Zoro's life more difficult than he thinks necessary. It tries to steal from him when he so much as swings the blade with any kind of intent, but he quickly realizes it can pull from him at random, too. It means he can never let his guard down, never focus on technique, can't properly connect to the blade. It's a problem. He needs to fix it if he wants to fight. Mid-morning he senses a presence approaching, a branch breaking. He turns to find Hitetsu standing between 2 trees, studying him closely. Zoro raises an eyebrow and sheaths his katana. Hitetsu stares for a moment longer and then finally breaks the silence with a grunt. You are the spitting image of Yushimaru. I did not know he had a son. Zoro frowns, caught off guard. Don't know in Yushimaru. Hitetsu frowns back, less certain now. The last daimyo of Ringo, he explains, was named Shimotsuki Yushimaru. You do not know that name? Zoro looks down at Wado. The white sheath looks like snow against the green of Amagasa. No, Zoro says slowly, raised in a dojo in Shimotsuki village, though. Shimotsuki village, Hitetsu repeats, speaking slowly, are you Kozaburos then? Zoro grits his teeth. My name is Roranoa. Hitetsu shakes his head. I do not know it. Him nor anyone else. Kozaburo, though. Zoro recognizes that name. A memory from when he was 10 or so, of sensei. Sighing his class was interrupted by one of his attending instructors, who spoke quietly and said, Sir, Kozaburo-san is in the workshop again, he seems distressed. The old man in the village, Zoro realizes aloud, was named Kozaburo. Hitetsu's eyes soften behind the mask. Was? Zoro grimaces. He died around 10 years ago. His son is my sensei. Zoro tilts his head to the side. You knew him. Hitetsu looks down, his arms crossed. That old bastard. He looks up at Zoro and his gaze warms. He was a swordsmith of great renown. I am a keeper of swords, and a swordsmith myself. He nods to Zoro's hip. That Sandai Kitetsu is mine, the least of its line but a beauty nonetheless. Zoro grins and withdraws Kitetsu for its maker's inspection. Hitetsu's gaze warms as he sees the blade's condition. A problem child. Hitetsu smiles, looking satisfied. I am relieved it found a capable wielder. He nods to his hip again. That white blade of yours. Is that Kozaburo's Wado Ichimonji? The old man made it, Zoro asks, dumbfounded. He can't remember the old drunk crafting anything half as fine as Wado Ichimonji half the time he was barely lucid. He threw things at Zoro as often as he offered him a drink, after Kuina's death. Hitetsu nods, approaching a few steps. Kozaburo crafted Wado Ichimonji over 50 years ago. It was his first grade katana. Hitetsu seems to hesitate before continuing, his gaze distant. Do you know of the Ringo sword graves? Zoro nods in turn, removes Wado from his hip, sheath and all. I've heard of them. Kozaburo made Wado Ichimonji for his unborn daughter. Zoro offers Wado to Hitetsu for inspection, the simple leather scabbard soft under his hand. Hitetsu takes it, respectful as only a swordsmith can be. They both died, his wife and his daughter. Late-stage miscarriage. He was a young tragedy for his whole clan. Zoro stays quiet, notes the way Wado's song seems to bend and waver at the story. Hitetsu slides the sheath back to view the steel, the perfect silver gleam of the hamon. I think that is why Kozaburo left, in the end. All of Wano reminded him of what he lost, and he could not seem to start again. Him and a whole group of Shimotsuki. Those rebellious bastards. Half the clan escaped Wano's borders illegally, and they were never heard from again. Hitetsu hands Wado Ichimonji back to Zoro, and he slips it back into his haramaki, where it belongs. At least, not until now. Shimotsuki village, you say? In East Blue, Zoro confirms, not seeing the harm. Don't ask me how they got there. Crossing the red line alone would have been a feat. They made it all the way there, did they? Hitetsu asks, and if Zoro's right he looks a little proud. Those rascals, taking on the unknown. There are so many idiots like that on this island. He looks off into the trees. Kozaburo had a son, who runs a dojo in East Blue. Is he the one who gave you Wado Ichimonji? Zoro hesitates. It would be easy to say yes and move on, would be easy to lie by omission. But Hitetsu didn't need to find him and tell him all of this. He is the creator of his Sandai Kitetsu, and Zoro thinks he can offer him the truth. It belonged to Sensei's daughter, Kuina. Disappointment sits on Hitetsu's shoulders like an old cloak, torn and familiar. Ah. I see. He sighs. You must have meant a great deal to all three of them if they allowed you to carry her sword. They made you an honorary member of their clan. Zoro tries not to scowl. I don't think they meant to. Hitetsu tilts his head. It is the tradition of the clan. When a grave sword is given to someone else they are adopted into. It wasn't like that, Zoro insists sharply. Hitetsu's expression is impossible to read beneath the mask, but eventually he gives a slow nod. I am gladdened to hear they are thriving. The Shimotsuki should live on somewhere. Hitetsu shakes his head, clearing his thoughts. Were you aware Aim no Habakiri and Enma were made by Kozaburo as well? Zoro's eye widens. What, seriously? Hitetsu nods. Aim no Habakiri, which splits the heavens. Kozaburo crafted it as a gift for Yushimaru, his soon-to-be clan head. And Enma, named for the god of hell, who the Shimotsuki worshipped. It was meant as a gift for Yushimaru's sister, Shimotsuki Furiko. Zoro raises an eyebrow. You knew the old man well. Hitetsu shrugs. A lifetime ago, maybe. I simply know these blades. He nods. Furiko was a spitfire. And a fool. Her bones washed up on shore a few days after she left with Kozaburo. We thought they were all dead, but I am pleased we were wrong. Zoro nods. He can understand that much. How did they end up with the Kazuki? Zoro asks, gesturing to the katana at his hip. Enma howls in the back of his head. Despite its orneriness, the katana is the kind of thing the Shimotsuki would have held on to. Hitetsu shrugs. For Enma, I am not sure why Furiko left it behind. She was endeared to Kozaburo because of the gift. I suspect she felt it would be her penance for leaving Wano, setting sail without her beloved katana. At his hip Enma moans, directionless and incensed. Zoro gets a sense of petulance in the groans of its song. As for Aim no Habakiri, well, no one was happy with the Shimotsuki after half their clan left. They wouldn't hear a word against the departed, but to a man, They all gave up Kozaburo's creations. Aim no Habakiri and Enma were gifted to the Kazuki as a loan, intended to be given at birth to the Shimotsuki heirs of the next generation. But the shogun wielded them well, and Yushimaru never had a child. He never asked for their return. Zoro looks at Enma, feels its fit in his hand. He had noticed its similarities to Wado, the way their songs would meld together if he could just bring them into balance. Kozaburo used the same mold to carve their hilts, he thinks. Why are you telling me all of this? He asks. He wasn't looking for these answers. Hitetsu tilts his head to the wind. Do you not think it curious that these blades with such complicated fates and curses all found their way to you? Zoro frowns, looking down at his hip. A bit, didn't think about it. Hitetsu squints at him. Are you certain you are not Yushimaru's son? Zoro just rolls his eye. How would that even work? Hitetsu shakes his head at him, crosses his arms. What do you think a curse is, young man? Zoro frowns. How should I know? Hitetsu scoffs. How long have you wielded a cursed blade? Zoro shrugs. I used to think it was a bad fate. The katana poisoned by past resentments. He shakes his head. That's wrong though, isn't it? Wado Ichimonji would be cursed, then. Hitetsu nods, and leans against a bamboo tree. No one knows how curses come to be. Only that they make a katana more difficult to wield. Such curses filter out the weak, or may drive them mad. Zoro thinks of all the idiots that impaled themselves with Kitetsu's blade. Sure. A curse can be intimidating, can throw a swordsman off. Knowing the history of your katana may help you stand up to Enma's wrath. Zoro frowns. I mastered Kitetsu without knowing all of this. You have not, Hitetsu counters sternly. Sandai Kitetsu is not yet a black blade. You cannot say you have mastered it until then, no matter how well you wield it. Zoro scowls. I will, though. Hitetsu looks at him out of the corner of his eye. We shall see. He tilts his head, not quite mocking. Perhaps you will master Enma and Wado Ichimonji as well, and we can lay all three to rest when you die. I will. Hitetsu snorts. No one has mastered that many blades. You would be the first. I will, Zoro snarls. I'll be the greatest. Hitetsu is quiet for a moment, studying him, then he nods. All of your katanas are tied together by different fates you have encountered, Hitetsu tells him. However you came across Sandai Kitetsu, however you came to bear Wado Ichimonji for Shimotsuki Kuina, you should reflect on the fates that brought the four of you together. You might learn something that helps. Zoro frowns, glares at a rock. The wind picks up, and he catches a whiff of sea salt in the air. He asked for Wado for the sake of a vow with a dead girl, and he swore an oath to Lucy on it. Copycat Kuina guided him to Kitetsu, in a city they only visited because Lucy wanted to bear witness to an execution stand. An Enma was crafted by Kuina's grandfather, delivered into his hand by Lucy. How did Lucy hear Enma? He asks. Hitetsu hums in consternation, and the wind picks up strands of his long gray hair. Does she have a gift with katana? Zoro shakes his head to the negative. Some other connection, then? Zoro thinks of the scar on her palm, and nods slowly. She once cut herself on Kitetsu. Hitetsu startles, even behind his red mask. A cursed scar? That could do it. He looks at Enma and shakes his head. Enma is a blade that wants to be used. I am sure you noticed. It probably sensed some likeness in Lucinojo and called out to her. He huffs. A swordsman with a cursed blade devoted enough to create a connection like that to one not its master? I am sure Enma wanted to meet you. Zoro stares down at the katana in question, feels its lust and ravaging hunger seep into him, searching for purchase. Hitetsu brushes invisible dirt off his leg and looks up at Zoro through the mask. I am glad Hiyori-sama has such respect for the will of a katana. It would be wrong to separate you after it sought you out, and now you must prove you are worthy of such an honor. Hitetsu leans back and Zoro gets the impression of a rueful smile. Your captain is an impudent one, to have made off with such a treasure. It sounds like she was confident in the decision though. Zoro grins, too fond to be exasperated. She always has a reason. Usually it's insane, but there's always a reason. In the back of his head, Kitetsu wails a violent scream, just to be an asshole. I think, Zoro says after me another fate I'm tied to, it's not the first time he's thought of it, but it might be the first time he admitted it aloud. Hitetsu nods. A good fate, I hope? Zoro looks down, adjusts the swords at his hip to hide the softness in his face. The best kind. Hitetsu studies him and nods. You will have to prove yourself to Enma, he warns. Zoro nods, ignoring Enma's screaming. Of course. Hitetsu seems to accept his resolve and turns back into the trees without further comment. Zoro watches him leave and when he's gone begins to train again, his steps a tempo for his katana's songs. Strange, all the ways his katana are tied to this island. Maybe that's why this place feels so familiar to him. He's been carrying pieces of Wano around for years. He holds Enma out, away from himself to inspect it. The katana seems to shudder beneath his eye, and Zoro senses a strange kind of roiling, a heaviness he's yet to touch. Even the hollow purple scabbard feels weighty for a moment. Enma is beautiful, really. Exquisite. A katana named for a god and twice as petty, still awkward at his side but full of promise and a complicated, unknown history. A gift from Kozaburo and from Lucy, Hiyori, and Odin. The katana acts out when subjected to any scrutiny, and tries to pull on his haki, lashes against his consciousness and sings songs of power and fire and bloodshed. You sought me out, he tells the katana, a little exasperated, don't act so embarrassed over it. Enma burns him, like acid flooding his brain. Zoro grins. He's always liked the ones with spirit. Training is hard, but if there wasn't a war on and if the stakes weren't so high, Zoro would almost say it's fun. Each day his muscles burn, his haki aches from use and replenishment, and Zoro's getting stronger. He can feel it. He'll be ready for the raid. Lucy's getting stronger too. The strange sense of potential about her increases with every passing day, so that she feels like a tsunami as it's about to crest, like the contraction of a star before it explodes. Usopp calls it terrifying, but it just makes Zoro set his teeth with pride over her. He wants to rant to the stars about her brilliance. Zoro's seen Lucy set her sights on a target many times before. It's never lasted this long though, never taken this much planning to take the asshole down. But still, she wakes up every day with that hard and solid fire in her eyes, and Zoro just knows she sees Kaido falling at the end of every punch. There are cuts and scrapes and new bruises all over her body from training. He likes taking her in like this, with sweat on her brow and effort steaming off her shoulders and concentration in her eyes. The urge to touch her is a deep itch in his skin, and he can't indulge as much as he wants. He only reaches for her when neither of them are actively breaking themselves apart to train. There's an ache in his belly, seeing her push herself. It stokes the flames of his own determination. Also, she's a glutton and an idiot, and she makes every meal a gauntlet. Zoro-san. The swordsman uses his chopsticks to poke Lucy's fingers away from his plate. She already got his biggest crab legs, she does not also need his last oyaki, and looks over his shoulder to see Momonosuke running up to him. The kid looks lighter, reassured, almost. It's a good look on a kid who keeps taking the whole world on his shoulders. Zoro-san. The kid calls again. He's only a couple yards away now, so Zoro risks taking his attention away from his oyaki to wave with his other hand. Zoro-san, I didn't see you at breakfast, Momo continues. Oh, Lucy-san, you're here too. Hey Momo, Lucy answers, but she has that distracted quality to her voice that makes Zoro pay more attention to his chopsticks. A piece of boiled pumpkin is gone but no stolen oyaki. Good. I heard that you protected my sister, Momo says breathlessly, cheeks a little flushed. He pins his arms at his sides and offers a perfunctory but respectful bow. I owe you my thanks. Don't mention it, Zoro grunts. Hiyori is standing not too far away and has her eyes pinned on her older brother's back. Wasn't a big deal. Momo frowns. She said you were injured in the service of her protection. Nah, Zoro waves off. I let him get me, 'cause I was trying to keep him in one place. Across the table, Chopper looks up from his bowl of noodles and stir-fried vegetables with a flat, vaguely manic look in his eye. You what? Whoops. Anyway, you guys don't owe me anything. Momo shakes his head. But, Momo, Lucy interrupts, and it takes Zoro a second to realize she hasn't been trying to steal anything for the last few exchanges in this conversation. Zoro's just super cool, okay? Momonosuke flushes a deeper red and nods once before kneeling next to Zoro. barely tall enough to reach the swordsman's elbow. Zoro raises an eyebrow at Lucy, who smirks and makes another pass at his oyaki. "Oi, back off," he snaps, and proceeds to have a chopstick war with Lucy over a damn dumpling. "There's 4 more right there." Zoro's taste better, Lucy insists, and only laughs when Zoro snaps one of her wood chopsticks with his own. She starts making to try and eat her rice with only one utensil, and Zoro watches with a helpless kind of fondness at her idiocy. "Your meals appear to be lively," Hiyori comments, appearing beside her brother. Her long sleeves brush Zoro's shoulder as she kneels. "I apologize if you are hungry, Lucy no Jo-san." Lucy replies, and then swallows another mouthful of noodles. "I'm fine." "We're using our stores from the Sunny, Lucy-san," Sanji interjects, and fills the bowl of noodles at the center of the table again. "We've got plenty." "Sanji's the best," Lucy praises, and immediately attempts to stab individual grains of rice. "Don't mind her, she's always like this," Zoro tells Hiyori. Lucy seems to have figured out that stabbing the oyaki is actually easier than picking it up and proceeds to attempt theft again. "I see," Hiyori answers. She seems vaguely baffled. This is not an unusual reaction to Lucy at mealtime, and Zoro ignores it, grinning a bit as he thwarts attempt number 74 at the oyaki. Lucy pouts at him, and his grin widens. Frankie settles across the table, an eager Tama following and chattering questions to him about ships and shipbuilding and robots. "What about ninjas? Are there robot kunoichi? You'd know better than me, Lil. Aneki." Frankie is surprisingly graceful with his robot form. Kind of has to be to avoid being unforgivably clumsy, given his size. "I don't think I ever met a kunoichi before, Shinobu sis. They got robots on Wano?" Thomas screws up her face adorably, thinking hard. She's not dissimilar to how he always imagined Lucy as a kid. It's cute. He can see why Ace took a liking to her so fast. No, I don't think so," Tama allows, a little petulant. "We have samurai, not robots." Lucy freezes. "Frankie," she says slowly, "can you build samurai robots?" Frankie looks deeply amused at the line of questioning and a little flattered. "Ah, maybe, Aneki. I was thinking about a sword attachment for General Frankie." "Do it," Lucy exclaims, waving her chopstick around imperiously. "Captain's order, Samurai General Frankie." Frankie chuckles and nods, and starts filling his plate with hot pot. He just sighs when Lucy steals a pickled radish from him and doesn't bother setting up defenses. Lucy doesn't touch Tama's plate. Not the crab legs or the dumplings or the noodles with the sauce she likes. "Zorojiro-san," Hiyori interjects softly, "I was wondering, how did you come to take up swordsmanship?" Zoro fends off another attack from Lucy's chopsticks and frowns at her. "Huh? I was simply curious," she says, a little flushed. She's accidentally caught the attention of everyone around them, and Hiyori is sensitive enough to social situations to know she may have stepped in it. "I understand samurai are uncommon outside of Wano, but you fight like one, Zorojiro-san." Zoro raises an eyebrow. It's interesting how Wano's isolation makes it of what the world looks like beyond its borders. "The village I grew up in was, well, I dunno. I just went around fighting people until sensei agreed to teach me." Hiyori nods. "Is that typical? Is that how most people learn to wield a katana?" "They do not have katana," Momo interjects cheerfully. "There are all types of swords, different ones like the mink's favored cutlasses, and Lawsan. Well, he uses a nodashi actually. But there are lots of different kinds of swords out there." "Torao isn't here," Lucy says quietly beside him and finds her frowning, staring off into the distance as she searches. Her presence seems to grow a bit sharper, a bit stronger as she pushes her haki to its limit. Zoro frowns and does the same, even though Lucy's range is better than his now. "Oi, why isn't Torao and his crew are indisposed at the moment," Robin says, almost completely hidden behind Frankie's elbow. "He's taking care of a minor problem, but Torao assured me he could handle it. He'll meet us when he can." Lucy's eyes narrow, and the sense of her focus has Zoro's hair standing on end. A predator in their midst. Does he need help? Robin smiles, sharp and cunning and full of brilliance that reflects their captain. "No, I handled it." Lucy relaxes and the instinctive awareness of her abates a bit. Fuck, his girlfriend is hot. Oh, that's fine then. Good job, Robin. Her chopstick sneaks over to Zoro's plate again. He grins as he parries it away, and Lucy's eyes gleam with challenge. Bet you can't keep it up without looking, Lucy taunts, and Zoro's grin widens to show his canines. Black armament spreads down his chopsticks, unbreakable and a devastating shield against Lucy, who has definitely not learned the trick to this yet. No fair, Lucy whines, and Zoro just snorts. Wanchin, you can have mine, Tama offers graciously. She's looking at it like she will miss it very much. Lucy blinks, and Zoro catches something soft in her face before it splits in a grin. Her hand reaches across the table, her arm stretching just a little strangely so she can rub Tama's head. Nah, Lucy tells her, stealing it from Zoro is what makes it taste the best. Oi, Zoro complains half-heartedly. Honestly, he's not even hungry at this point, he just likes thwarting her. He likes playing too, Lucy whispers conspiratorially, and Zoro rolls his eye. I'd like to eat one meal in peace, he grouches, and Lucy sends him a look that's full of raised eyebrows and skepticism, and alright, sure, she caught him, he never wants another peaceful meal in his life. When the raid is over, we can treat you, Zorojiro-san. Hiyori leans over the table just slightly to make eye contact with Lucy. When we retake the castle there will be enough food there to feed all of Wano, and we would of course treat our guests to our best. Zoro turns to his girlfriend, his hockey-laden chopsticks just barely saving his last umeboshi from her lightning-quick stab. His foresight isn't as good as hers. But Lucy is unserious enough that he can make do with large unspecific arcs for general defense rather than precise counters. This one never turns down free food, Zoro says dryly. Hiyori blinks and nods slowly. I am getting that impression, yes. The words sound light but there's an odd ring to them. Hiyori leans around him to make eye contact with Lucy and smiles. No teeth. How did the two of you come to sail together? Blackmail, Lucy says absently, and frowns at the depleting pile of salted cod. She stabs one of the smaller fillets, having already eaten 3 larger ones. She's eyeing the largest fillet on the pile. But Lucy learned her lesson regarding Wano and food. She's not as greedy as she usually is by a long shot. Not even with Sanji's tacit permission. It was her execution, Zoro elaborates. He leaves his plate vulnerable for a moment and takes the fillet for himself. 2/3 goes directly onto Lucy's plate, and the remainder he gives to Tama. The two of them give him identical looks full of wide, grateful eyes, and he ignores them both in favor of offering Momo his remaining umeboshi. It's not a big deal. There's plenty here, Cook would have let them know if they needed to ration. That sounds, Hiyori takes a beat too long to come up with a suitable word, and finally gives up. Alarming. Zoro shrugs, remembering mostly being hungry and kind of feeling like he got hit in the head with the sun. It was fine. It's romantic, Tama insists, her eyes bright and grin broad, and Zoro wills himself not to redden at the 8-year-old peanut gallery. Frankie coughs suspiciously and Robin smirks behind an elegantly embroidered sleeve. She saved you. There are many ways he could respond to that. She blackmailed me. Tama just blinks at him, eyes wide and entirely too crafty for an 8-year-old. You're still here though. Eat your radish. Lucy's hip settles against his, a slight shifting of her weight. For her challenge he hasn't looked at his plate except to fix the cod and he doesn't now. Lucy's voice is full of brightness and soft light. Like the sun before it paints the sky red in the morning. Peeking over the horizon gray and pale and undeniable. You should see their ship, a new, Momo gushes. It's smaller than Whitebeard's and Roger's, but they have grass on the deck and an aquarium and a slide. It sounds exciting, Hiyori answers, smiling at her brother. She softens a little wistfully. I do not remember the time we spent sailing well. You were little, Momo acknowledges, just a little sadness in him as he notes it. Then he hums. Father always wanted our borders opened. Would you travel, if you could? Hiyori tilts her head, collects a little of the seaweed salad from her plate. She looks up, to the tops of the trees and the cloudless sky. It is hard to think of what I want when the country is like this. Lucy makes another pass at his plate, but it's half-hearted. He doesn't even have to block with his hockey. That's dumb, she comments, a furrow between her eyebrows. Excuse me? Hiyori asks, voice frosty. Zoro looks her way, noting the hostility. Hiyori's face is tense and firm. I said that's dumb, Lucy repeats carelessly, and then she leans around Zoro to frown at Hiyori more directly. If you don't want anything, you're not risking anything. Hiyori's eyes narrow. Some of us fight for things greater than ourselves. Lucy just shrugs and sticks a piece of salted cod in her mouth. You still have to have a reason for that though. Lucy frowns at her around her food. You gotta want something to be free. Hiyori flinches. Yes, well, no one on Wano is free. Lucy's expression becomes complicated. Zoro knocks his shoulder against hers and she nods slowly. Then imagine it better, Lucy tells her. She steals another radish from Zoro and he lets her. You're here so you have to think it can be better, Lucy adds, a question in her voice. Sometimes we survive on spite. Hiyori's mouth is pursed. And faith. Zorojiro-san knows about faith. Zoro frowns at her. It's not like he told her anything Lucy didn't already know, but still. Lucy's gaze burns into the side of his head. Hiyori's expression is firm, eyes like jagged ice. What do you fight for if not faith, Zorojiro-san? Booze, Zoro answers casually, and then sighs when it's clear he's not getting out of this without a real answer. Well, booze is a real answer, but the way Hiyori's eyes narrow means she wants more and Lucy's sudden focus means there will be no convenient distraction. There's a future I want to see, that's why. He can't help the way he looks at Lucy as he says it, and his heartbeat picks up a little at the heat in her eyes. Hiyori frowns. I do not see the difference in our philosophies. It's different, Zoro says, and schools his expression to turn his gaze on Hiyori. The future I want's pretty selfish. Hiyori's expression clouds in confusion. She looks down at Momo, and at Tama, and then to Toko and her smile-bound face. Tears stained in sleep next to Hitetsu as the old man pats her hair. Hiyori admits after a moment. For our parents, and for everyone. Lucy sets her chopsticks down across the top of her bowl, not sticking up in her rice because Kinnaman scolded her for that yesterday. She leans on her cheek, her eyebrows furrowed and her mouth twisted down in a frown as she stares at Hiyori. She just looks though, mouth pursed. Hiyori raises her head to meet her gaze, unflinching. Zoro raises an eyebrow at his girlfriend. It's not like Lucy to hold her tongue. No, Lucy says finally, her eyes huge and deep like they get sometimes when she brings all her focus to bear. I think you want something else, too. Something just for you. Lucy's voice is firm, but not unkind. You should fight for that. Hiyori doesn't respond, her face blank with neutrality. I want be a kunoichi, Tama interjects, ignorant of the tension, breaking it, a tall, pretty kunoichi with cool poses. Lucy turns to her, the frown on her face loosening to a broad grin. Her focus broken too. Pressure Zoro hadn't noticed lifts with her smile. You'll be awesome. Lucy agrees, her eyes glittering beneath the brim of her hat. Tama preens at the compliment, and Zoro watches the two of them beam at one another, amused. Beside him, Hiyori sits quietly, even when Momo starts telling her of the things he wants to do as shogun, his own dreams stretching out before him. Zoro takes Lucy's hand and squeezes, and feels the corner of his mouth tick up with when she squeezes back. Tama starts ranting to them all about how cool she'll be as a kunoichi, eyes sparkling, and he thinks again that Lucy must have been a lot like this as a gremlin. He squeezes Lucy's hand again at the thought and looks down at her to see her smirking at Frankie, smug. He scans his plate to find the oyaki missing, disappeared between one odd beat of this conversation and the next. He isn't too disappointed about his defeat. It's sitting before Tama, who has paused in her furious declarations to look at Lucy like she hung the stars in the sky. Zoro gets it. He can't help himself either when she does selfish things like that. Please. Lucy blinks, the darkness around her pressing close. She's floating, above herself and all the earth. Please. Lucy looks down and sees a woman, dressed in a silk kimono red as the heart of a volcano and adorned with an elaborate headpiece, each strand of brittle, dull hair carefully woven around glittering hairpins and jewels. She'd be beautiful if she wasn't skeletal with hunger, too starved for even a spark in her dark eyes. Please. We need him. Lucy frowns, floats closer to the woman through no intent of her own. The woman's skin is translucent this close, the bones of her skull showing through it, and her vermilion kimono is covered by a shimmering white haori. "I can't give you a person," Lucy answers, but her voice is strange. She speaks without air, without moving her mouth. "We need him," the woman insists, and Lucy notes that her painted lips don't move either. "Why ask me?" Lucy returns. She takes the woman's fragile hands in hers, and her flesh seems to dissolve away on contact, until her own fingers are nothing but pale bone and thin skin, bleached of color and fascia. Lucy doesn't flinch. The woman's hands feel like Brooke's, and are almost as cold. The woman leans close, and the mother-of-pearl comb set in her hair winks in non-existent sunlight as she bends down, until her forehead presses into Lucy's. "Please," the woman repeats, and then she is gone, and beneath Lucy's feet is the endless light of a full moon, eternal and expanding as Lucy races toward it, falling. She wakes to a dark tent, her heart racing. Everyone is safe, she can feel them all. The samurai and the yakuza, and most importantly her crew, all safe and sound and sleeping well. It was a weird dream. The skeletal Oran, asking for someone. Her voice, Lucy can't place it, but it feels familiar. In her arms, Zoro snores. Lucy presses her face into his shoulder blades, tucks herself around his back and into the bend of his knees, and closes her eyes. His heartbeat is steady, the tempo relaxed, and it calms the racing in her blood. Lucy likes sleeping with Zoro like this, like it's expected. She likes falling asleep with the smell of him in her nostrils and on her skin in the morning, and his heartbeat in her ears and against her palms, and the surety that when she wakes up, she won't be waking up alone. She likes sleeping with Nami and Robin too. They probably won't be super happy if she smuggles Zoro in at night. Well, Robin wouldn't care, but Nami barely tolerates Lucy. A problem for another night, maybe, when she isn't so warm with contentment and she doesn't have 85 kilos of swordsman in her arms. In his sleep, Zoro's palm covers hers over his stomach, his calluses rough and catching on her knuckles. Lucy smiles, inhales the scent of his sweat and the sake blood steal of him, and sleeps. The first few days at Amagasa pinch into a blur of routine and effort. Lucy wakes up each morning before dawn, heart-roaring, and trains until Tama comes to collect her for meals. She works until she can't feel any of her limbs and her haki refuses to respond, pushes until her muscles lock up in protest. Each day ends when she slowly drags herself back to her tent or goes to retrieve Zoro for the evening. A couple of nights have seen them collapsed against each other out in the open, unable to even crawl down the hill to camp, sweaty skin sticking to each other in the muggy heat, barely able to convince their lungs to expand. It's almost fun. Training like this with her crew around would be nice if there wasn't a deadline looming over their heads. It's making everyone a little anxious, a little frantic. Sanji spends most of his time either cooking or starting up a small garden for Hitetsu and Tama with Sunny's meager seed stores. Usopp and Frankie are racing the clock to get the fleets ready to carry their rebellion to Onigashima, and Chopper is desperately preparing medical kits to be passed out amongst the freed samurai. Brooke helps him as best he can, and fishes for Sanji and collects herbs for her doctor and cook around the village. And every time Lucy sees Nami, she's elbows deep in maps and charts and attack strategies. Robin helps Nami because she has experience with coups, but she's also doing spy stuff. Lucy doesn't know, Robin seems to have it handled though. It's worth it, all of it. There's starting to be something like confidence in the eyes of the samurai, and Lucy's getting stronger. She can feel it in Zoro too, the way his voice rings deeper and deeper, almost subsonic. It's evening when Old Man bans her from training further. Lucy pouts at him, but the throb in her bones begs her to rest, and she has lasted longer tonight than she did yesterday, so she only wheedles a little before calling it. The stars are all out and glimmering against the sea, and the waxing moon leaves just enough light to traverse the forest. Lucy follows her haki and wanders over to Zoro. He never seems to find the same place to train twice, but he's not too far away tonight. Just as well. Zoro's training with Enma tends to carve Wano in pieces. If he did it all in the same place, this whole forest might fall into the ocean. It takes Lucy a second to recognize the other presence approaching Zoro. When she does, she frowns. Hiyori is, well. Hiyori is a kind woman, dutiful, well-loved by the samurai and Momo, and most of Lucy's crew seems fond of her. She has a strong spirit, for all that Lucy thinks she's a little bit trapped and refuses to acknowledge it. She's had to be strong to survive the last 20 years, and Lucy respects her for it. That said, every time Hiyori smiles at Zoro, Lucy has to count backwards from 10 to keep from practicing Ryu on her face. She's not jealous, really. Hiyori's not even flirting, never crosses a boundary that seems more intimate than friendship, and still, something about the way she looks at Lucy's swordsman makes her skin crawl. Lucy does dislike Hiyori, for all that it's not quite fair of her. And Lucy really dislikes the way her voice hums with pleasure whenever Zoro speaks to her. The fact that she's never expressed that interest outwardly doesn't seem to help Lucy swallow the urge to smack her. It sucks, because Lucy thinks that Hiyori is a nice person. One who promised them hospitality and food once she has the means to actually give them something, and Hiyori really loves her country. She's not too proud to get her hands dirty, has been working hard to relay information to Kinemon and Robin and Nami as much as possible, and has been helping Sanji with his garden and Chopper with his medicine, and she was even weaving hats with Tama and Momo yesterday. She's unpretentious for all her noble pedigree and upbringing, and Lucy wants to like her. She hasn't even done anything wrong except develop a crush on the person Lucy loves. Lucy keeps her pace steady and unhurried. She will not race to Zoro just because Hiyori's near him. That would be like saying Lucy doesn't trust him, and she does. She doesn't even distrust Hiyori. She just doesn't like her. Lucy approaches the clearing but keeps her presence quiet so she doesn't distract Zoro from his training. Hiyori arrived before her, and Lucy circles round to approach the older woman from the side instead of from behind. She's not trying to blindside anyone. Hiyori still doesn't notice her. This is probably because she's too busy staring at Zoro's back as he trains, working through one of his more complicated sets with Enma. He's sweating, and Lucy can feel the struggle between him and the katana. The push-pull of their wills even if she can't feel Enma itself anymore. Lucy watches him for a moment because she likes the way his back muscles flex and the sharp definition of them all. The sheen of sweat on his skin, the concentration in his eye. It doesn't take Haki to realize Hiyori's thoughts are similar. Her eyes are glued to the flex of Zoro's back, a soft blush on her face, and her hands fisted in her sleeves. Lucy will not hit her. Momo would be upset if she broke Hiyori's perfect nose. Instead, Lucy's going to call her attention away, like a sane person that can't feel someone else's attraction to their boyfriend in their chest and hear it ringing in their ears. She even makes a move to do so, raising a hand to wave in greeting and catch the older woman's attention. Lucy's eyes widen, the future a klaxon before her eyes, full of dark energy and blood. Zoro loses his grip on Enma. The energy the blade emits is violent purple, malevolent and gleeful, and it's headed straight for Hiyori, who stands directly behind Lucy's swordsman and exactly in the path of destruction. Lucy moves, instinct pumping her legs on sore muscles as she launches forward. She outpaces the arc of deadly energy and slings Hiyori out of the way by her waist as she sprints past her, not even slowing enough to let her process her own demise. Behind them, Enma cleaves the air and trees and the earth itself before Zoro growls and reins it in, pulls Enma back into compliance. Lucy sets Hiyori down next to her and surveys the damage. Collapsed trees, displaced earth, a gouge in the soil like a scar. Zoro's not hitting the seabed anymore. He's making progress. Hiyori clings to her shoulder, breathing hard in surprise as she stares down at the ground where she'd just been standing. Zoro is getting better, but that still would have killed Hiyori if Lucy hadn't been around to save her. "Oi," Lucy calls, and Hiyori looks at her with wide eyes, her right hand pressed to her chest. You can't just watch quietly like that. He has to focus everything just to use Enma. He can't watch out for you too. He will be able to, soon. Lucy doesn't mention this. Hiyori nods, a little shaky. I should have told him I was here. She agrees. He seemed like he was focused. I did not wish to interrupt. And you were staring at him shirtless, Lucy snaps, eyes narrowed. She can't quite quell the irritation and possessiveness if Hiyori isn't going to at least be honest about it all. Hiyori flushes deeply, and looks at Lucy, shock and surprise and uncertainty warring in her expression. She doesn't say anything. Lucy closes her eyes but lets it go. She isn't trying to humiliate Hiyori. Really, it might not even bother Lucy if she was only looking, if she didn't have soft and squishy feelings in the mix too. That Lucy can feel in her own chest. Right now. You should say what you came to say. I'll wait. A peace offering. Hiyori watches her for a moment, and looks between Lucy and Zoro and hesitates. Lucy forces her shoulders to relax, because it's not Hiyori's fault Lucy is able to feel most of what she does, and it's not Hiyori's fault she likes Zoro. Of all people, Lucy gets the appeal. "Lucy no Jo-san," Hiyori starts, and then she seems to change her mind. Her mouth snaps shut and she gives Lucy a hesitant nod before she walks across the clearing to meet thing Lucy doesn't catch. Zoro looks surprised to see her there, and he immediately replaces Enma to its scabbard. The worst part is, Lucy could see it if she wasn't in the picture. Zoro just looks so completely at home on Wano. He even said it feels familiar. She could see him settling down here sometime in the future if he didn't want to be a pirate anymore. He fits here in a way she can't quite put her finger on, in a way she can't explain. Even his swordsmanship is only remarkable because of his skill and unique style. Katana are the weapon of choice here, and she's seen nothing but since she washed ashore by Hitetsu's hut. And Hiyori is, well, lovely. She's good with kids and beautiful and has strength of character. She's even a little bit funny, if Lucy's being really honest. And she can see, in some alternate universe where Zoro and Lucy never met and he still ended up here, how the two of them would click together, her katana at his hip. Lucy hates that Enma was Hiyori's, just a little. Zoro likes it a lot, so she feels bad hating something so fundamental about something he loves so much, but she can't quite help it. He'll carry Enma with him forever, hopefully. A piece of Wano and Oden and Hiyori at his side always. Hiyori says whatever she meant to say. Lucy doesn't eavesdrop, she's not that far gone. And Lucy waits for them to finish before approaching the edge of the clearing. Hiyori holds her gaze unflinchingly as they pass each other, and there's something like curiosity in her eyes when she looks at her. Lucy meets that interest with her own, her head tilted to the side. Curiosity wasn't really what Lucy expected from her after their exchange. Lucy finds she's pleased there's no shame in Hiyori's expression or voice. Lucy would like her if she didn't like Zoro so much, probably, if she said what she wanted. Zoro notices her as Hiyori leaves, and his gaze latches onto hers with sharp focus, expectation. Lucy shakes off the weirdness and grins as she closes the gap between them. "Hey," she greets, trotting up to him just slow enough to hide the stiffness in her legs. "I'm tired." Zoro snorts at her whining and draws Enma, resting its duller edge against his shoulder. Lucy eyes his bared chest appreciatively as it flexes with the movement. Zoro has such nice muscles, and he's steaming a little with sweat right now in the coolness of the night. The clearing empty but for the rubble of Zoro's training, and "I just have a few more reps," he answers. Lucy nods, not really thinking about rest or sleep anymore. "You saw Hiyori, right?" Zoro asks, turning to accommodate her into his space as she gets within arm's reach. Lucy hesitates for half a heartbeat and nods again. "She found clothes for us. New ones for the raid, and a couple of spares." "Huh. That's nice," Lucy tells him, and it is. They need extra Wano clothes, especially since Lucy has to give Grandpa Knows something in return for the kimono he lent her. It was in tatters after Udon, and it's barely hanging on by threads now. Nami looked skeptical about her ability to patch it, just suggested it be stripped and used for washcloths. Oh, also, Lucy really hates the way Hiyori's name sounds on Zoro's lips. Maybe she should tell him it's bothering her. It just feels so dumb. Zoro's not interested. Hiyori's not a threat to her relationship with Zoro. She's just irritated over it because Hiyori has feelings and Lucy can feel it. It's not affecting her training. She doesn't want it to affect Zoro's, doesn't want to distract him. Lucy stands up on her tiptoes and catches Zoro's mouth with hers. Zoro fumbles trying to keep Enma from slicing her shoulder open as she moves. She pulls away too quickly for him to kiss her back, but he follows her anyway, finds her lips and kisses her with casual familiarity, like it's second nature, like of course, yes, like another form of hello or I'm here. Zoro backs off first this time. Lucy bounces twice on her toes, inordinately pleased by the sudden affection, and she swallows the urge to grab his hand, or arm, or just jump on him and hang there like a monkey. Zoro doesn't move away either, the corner of his mouth tugging up slightly as she beams at him. Training, she reminds him, a little reluctantly. She presses her palm to the flat plane of his chest to push him on, but his skin is so warm under hers it could be an open flame, a little sticky with sweat, and she wants to touch more, all of him, right now. Zoro's pupil dilates and Lucy almost thinks he's going to kiss her again, but instead he flexes his free hand against air and clenches his fist around Enma's hilt. "Sencho's gonna watch?" he asks, gaze steady and fixed only on Lucy. The lowness of his voice makes her flush, makes her insides squirm. Lucis watched Zoro train more than once on this island. Zoro seems to really like it when she does though, and something about him wanting to show off for her is really something. Lucy nods, throat dry, and backs off to watch from a distance, leaning against one of the strange, smooth trees in Amagos's forests. Zoro watches her retreat, gets into a ready stance, and begins another round of warring with Enma's will. His steps are smooth and sure. He's performed this series a million times before, enough that even Lucy recognizes it. His brow furrows in concentration, his muscles flex and the whole arc of his body is one of strength, of instinctive, perfect form, steel flashing in the moonlight. The steps increase in intensity as it goes on, his movements blurring together, his voice resonating loud and long, and it presses against Lucy's heart, makes her spine heat with something like recognition. Pride grips her around the throat. That's her swordsman, hers. Zoro makes the earth tremble, and from the fierce grin on his face he meant to do that. Lucy grins to answer the victory and pride on his face, and he barely manages to sheath Enma before she jumps on him, trusting him to catch her. She traps his face between her hands and kisses him firmly and giggles when he falls backwards onto his ass and gasps when he bites her lip in retribution. Zoro tastes like sake and the soba noodles they had for dinner a couple of hours ago. It's almost comforting in its familiarity and she grins into the kiss, thrilled by it and the way he melts for her. She meets the hard pressure of his lips with her own excitement and heat blooms intense and syrupy in her belly. Zoro's hands soothe some of the aches in her muscles, all warm and calloused and exploring from her shoulders down to her ass, deliberate and firm but unhurried, and it's not enough for Lucy because his voice seems to split her open from the ribs, like he's burrowing into her soft tissue, wrapping around all the vital organs, nestled between her lungs and the thump of her heart. Her chest aches because she missed this when they were separated, missed falling into him and the way he holds her like she's precious even as his hands and lips leave bruises, missed the way he smells, the noise he makes when she cants her head just so and plunders. "Please." Lucy freezes, her whole body going rigid. Beneath her Zoro looks up, panting, his pupil eating the silver of his eye and his lips a little wet from kissing. Lucy shakes her head to disperse the sudden chill. "Nothing," she assures, and Zoro frowns but Lucy kisses it off before he can contradict her and she feels his aura fanning out around them and seeping into her pores. Lucy wonders absently if he knows he does this when he's worried, if she's told him how much she loves the way his aura feels like steel at her back, like a sword with the edge pointed up with potential for a fighter to defend, and how much that excites her, and how when he's worried like this or feeling protective or possessive it curls around her like a cloak, sticking close to her skin. "We need him." Lucy growls into his mouth, yanks his hair until he opens up for her, and presses herself in him, too, all of her, every nerve in her body screaming mine, mine, mine. Zoro shudders under her, lets her enkes until she's dizzy with it, the world spinning, and there is Zoro and Zoro and Zoro, firm and warm beneath her, and something frantic builds up in Lucy, something desperate and unstable. She needs. "Lucy," Zoro calls, pulling back for an instant, and Lucy hates the space between them but Zoro's got a hand on either side of her face and holds her there. There's a furrow in his brows, and gravel in his voice as he pants. It takes Lucy too long to recognize concern in the scowl on his face. "You good?" Lucy stares at him for a moment, unsure how to answer. The world slows, the pressure of Zoro's aura against her heart lessens and Lucy clenches her fists atop his shoulders because she wants Zoro closer, not farther away, she needs to keep him right here. Lucy licks her lips, gathers herself. Focuses on whether or not it was a memory of the dreams or if she really heard that just now, if the dreams maybe weren't just dreams. Zoro knocks his forehead against hers, hard enough it would hurt them both if she didn't have the gum fruit. "Oi," Zoro calls, his voice a little sharper with worry now, "you went away." Lucy nods, doesn't mind being caged against him, swallows, "Yeah." His eye narrows, but somehow the silver still catches moonbeams. He waits for her to speak and one of his hands slips down to the middle of her spine, rubs a circle there with his thumb. Have you had any weird dreams? Lucy asks after a moment, the measure of 6 deep breaths. Zoro's worried frown deepens to a scowl. He shakes his head, her bangs crunching against his forehead as he does. I think, Lucy starts, and hesitates. She listens hard and only hears the whisper of old Amagasa on the wind, an empty, lifeless voice from a people who have passed and the quiet song of a bamboo flute singing of the golden glow of morning and fireflies. But beyond that, if she focuses on the way Zoro breathes, if she lets the weaving melody of Amagasa's forests float her focus deeper into the earth, there is something ancient sleeping here. A vibration she can barely detect, a thump like a heartbeat. Wano has a voice, Lucy says finally. She's not sure how to explain beyond that, shrugs helplessly, and doesn't bother trying to describe the starving Oiran in her dream, the way she fell into the moon. Zoro blinks, a little caught off guard. Okay, I think it wants something from me, permission. Zoro's frown deepens. Permission for what? I don't. Lucy swallows her reflexive denial before she can lie. A person, him. Him, Zoro repeats, a little dumbfounded. He pulls back just enough to get a better look at her face. Let her hands fall to his chest. Your voice thing that specific? Lucy shrugs, a little helpless. Maybe? She shakes her head, and her nails dig hard into his biceps, enough that she draws blood. I'm not giving Wano Zoro, mine. Zoro raises an eyebrow. I ain't going anywhere. He studies her, tilting her head down so he can look her straight in the eye. Oi, you with me? Lucy frowns. Voices aside, she's herself, I'm fine. Zoro's expression hardens. Cook said he was an asshole to you. Lucy does not flinch, and she does not reach up to her chest to relieve the pressure of the too tight scar tissue, but her jaw tightens. Zoro's eye tracks the movement. He apologized. Zoro's focus narrows. She can feel it in the way his presence sharpens. Prison sucked. It's not a question, but Lucy answers anyway. Yeah, well, I kicked their asses. Zoro's lips twitch at the corners and it draws a smile from her. Zo was hard too, Zoro acknowledges, his eyes softening. Lucy's hand drifts down between their bellies and her fingertips press against the web of scar tissue there. There's a twist in her stomach when she thinks of the reason for them, but she doesn't hate the scars. She can't, really, they're part of Zoro. Lucy nods. Yes, it was a little tough, but it's alright. Sanji's not gonna do it again, and Zoro knows that the end of him will be the end of her. We didn't even get a good fight. Dressrosa was good for that at least. Lucy tilts her head, purses her lips, and hums thoughtfully, shifts back in his lap and affects her best guileless expression. Maybe we're cursed 'cause we had SX. Zoro stares, his face utterly blank with outraged amusement, and Lucy purses her lips to keep from grinning. It doesn't work. She can feel the corners of her mouth turning up at the edges, can feel laughter bursting in her chest. And finally Zoro just sighs and huffs reluctant laughter, and Lucy absolutely loses it. Honestly, it's not even a funny joke. But Zoro's expression is pretty good, all exasperated and pretending not to be amused, and there's a riot of catharsis in her chest, some relief in simply laughing, and once she starts it's hard to stop. It feels like it's been a little while since she's laughed well, too long, she almost didn't notice. Zoro gets sick of her making fun of him and he covers her mouth with one hand to shut her up. Lucy grins into his palm and licks a long stripe against his fingers, which earns her a look of exaggerated disgust, but he doesn't let go. Oi, quit it, Zoro chides, but he can't fool Lucy, he's close to laughing too. Lucy nips his index finger. He hisses and yanks his hand away with a scowl. Make me, Lucy taunts, and Zoro raises an unimpressed eyebrow before going in for the kill and pinches a ticklish spot under her floating rib. She yelps, jerking in his lap. Zoro's grinning now as she laughs, and she keeps laughing as Zoro proceeds to torment every sensitive spot he can reach. Lucy writhes in his grasp and giggles so much she can't breathe, and somehow it ends with him sprawled half on top of her and a playful slide of their mouths against one another as they trade jabs at each other's ticklish spots. Not that Zoro would admit to having any. It's fun, and fun feels good, after a week of learning about Wano, the suffering here, suffering with them. It leaves her feeling dizzy and lightheaded in a good way, all warm sensations and giddy happiness. She forgets about her irritations with Hiyori and the weird, ominous dreams and floats into the easy, fizzy joy of the moment. Their kiss is eventually slow and Lucy hums, drags a hand through Zoro's hair. He leans back, his hands warm on her ribs, her shoulder, the weight of him nice against her body. There's a soft glow between them, warmer than moonlight but just as gentle and familiar. Zoro's not quite smiling but he looks smug and pleased, and the warmth in her belly grows as she takes in the way he looks just a little more careless than usual with his unshaven stubble and his hair falling out of his topknot. "Ah," Lucy says, smiling. "I like you a lot." Zoro rolls his eye, didn't notice. And he yawns into his hand. Lucy's limbs are starting to feel a little tingly with exhaustion. "Time to head back?" Lucy asks, and looks around. The clearing is still empty, not very inviting, but Zoro will let her use him as a pillow. "We could just stay out here." Zoro considers both her and the surrounding clearing before he grimaces and stands and helps her up. "That damn bed is too small," he complains, but he still leads her back towards the camp by her fingers. He's been careful not to touch the iodine-soaked bandages on her wrists, but it's mostly healed now, and she's not interested in his caution, really. She adjusts, twisting her palm into his, and squeezes firmly enough to make a weaker person wince. Lucy raises an eyebrow. "You don't have to sleep in mine." Zoro doesn't look at her, just keeps his gaze straight ahead. "My bed was even smaller." To his credit, Zoro squeezes back with equal strength. Lucy grins. "You like me a lot too." "Didn't notice." But the way he scowls to hide a smile says otherwise, and the warmth in her chest expands, fills her up, makes the air around them feel lighter and the forest colors deeper in the bleached light. Zoro's voice resonates long and low and loud and kind. "Zoro likes me," Lucy teases, and bites her tongue when Zoro takes a left T keeps on going. It's Zoro's own fault. His heart shouldn't sound so nice when he's happy like this if Lucy isn't supposed to savor it. In the dojo of his childhood, Zoro grew like a bonsai tree, his character shaped deliberately and thoughtfully by wise swordsmen, the burning call of a dream, and a debt to a dead girl. When his roots grew too thick and strong for the pot of the village, he moved on. On Kuraigana, Zoro was remade by pain and longing and the slow acceptance of his faults, tutored by his enemy and slowly stitched together by the reweaving of his dreams into the life of the woman he swore to follow. Every time Zoro wields Enma, it feels like immolation and then respite. He rebirths himself, over and over, as many times as it takes. Enma sings in jubilation as he struggles, sated and happy, and then resentful every time he succeeds. Zoro's arm and body wastes, over and over, suffocated and fed to Enma as he wills the blade into submission. It's a constant push-pull on his haki, his mind, his vitality. He needs to find a way to give Enma enough to keep it satisfied, and not be in danger of losing too much or becoming distracted. Enma is never satisfied. Zoro could hand over his whole life and body to Enma, and it wouldn't make any difference. Enma eats with the fires of hell and unleashes them too. Enma is consumption itself, burns like acid in his blood, sits bitter and loud in his consciousness like a parasite. He gets better at giving only what he means to, at controlling the output. But the katana still feels displeased and angry in the back of his mind, groaning low notes in a damning tune. He wonders if this is a quirk of the blade or an indictment of Zoro's skill with it. 5 days before the raid, he introduces Wado and Kitetsu to Enma because he can put it off no longer, and he needs 3 blades to fight Kaido. Enma lashes out at all of them, at Wado and Kitetsu and Zoro alike. Kitetsu wheels into frenzied, moaning rage, and Wado rings high and clear and loud enough to split his skull, and Enma hungers for more, more, more. Zoro rips himself away, panting, a fierce smile on his lips as he stares down at his bloodied arm, steaming from the strain of his newest blade. It has been years since Zoro needed to master a new blade. If anything, it's only harder now, with his skills increased and his style so set to the familiar, precarious balance of his katana. He tries again. It goes better. Wado is, as ever, a sharp line of focus across his senses, a wayfinder between the encroaching forces of Kitetsu's bloodlust and Enma's constant, overwhelming hellfire, trying to drag him beneath its swallowing. Wado offers purpose but also cruel, cold reality, the world exactly as it is and all the faults in Zoro's heart for all the blade trusts and recognizes him. Wado will not wait for him, nor coddle him. He must pull his swords into balance on his own. He can rely on no one and nothing else. In his left hand Kitetsu blazes, bleeding heat and fire and chaotic, unordered bloodlust into his veins. Zoro's passion mirrored in the metal. Kitetsu is moody and volatile, and its drive to inflict violence is a mirror to the one Zoro was born with, the darkness in his heart. Kitetsu resonates with it, sings songs of blood and viscera, and pulls him always towards the worst of his impulses, the thoughts that go too far. Zoro reins Kitetsu in with practice, and it is never easy, but the blade is too much like him for Zoro to fail at balancing it. And in his right hand, Enma, and through it hell itself seeks his body, his vitality, his blood and bone and soul, and finds all his strength wanting. Zoro's lips curl over Watto's silken hilt, and he clenches his right fist. Determination fills him, immovable and solid. Enma wants so Enma takes, but Zoro will only allow Enma to take what he gives, and unless the blade behaves Zoro will give it nothing. The three of them together feels a little like getting kicked in the chest, constantly. He holds onto his sanity by hairs. It's exhilarating and horrible at once. Zoro grins into the challenge, and begins walking the blades through the kata he knows by heart. It's just as well Enma feels like some terrible omen. Zoro has experience with bad stars. A little thing like hell doesn't scare him, and he lets the blade see the lack of fear in his heart, proves there's no purchase for it to grasp. Finally, Enma quiets. It does not submit, but it does not lash against Zoro as it has been. The chorus of his katana sings a song of destruction and damning purpose, and Zoro crows his most recent victory against bad fates. This is the beginning, the first step. He will take another and another until he reaches the top of the world. Dinner finds Zoro scrubbing dishes for Cook. He supposes it's only fair, seeing as he hasn't had to do much in the way of chores over the last few days, but if he isn't sleeping or training his time feels like it's slipping away, wasted. It makes him restless, something he's used to seeing in Lucy and some of the others but not often in himself. Zoro wets the rag in the cold soapy water and scrubs hard at a smudge of congealed ponzu sauce. Stones crunch beneath a light tread. Zoro looks up to find Hiyori approaching, wearing a simple green kimono, the material much rougher than the one she was wearing the day they met. Her face is a little red, from the wind, maybe. Zoro's back is to the sea. She hesitates before the tub of dirty dishes, poised as ever, a small frown on her face. "Ah, Zorojiro-san, I was wondering," Hiyori starts, and hesitates. "What is it?" Zoro asks, a little distracted by an orange crust of something stuck to the porcelain. Did the cook even serve something that was orange? "Has Lucino-jo-san mentioned anything surprising?" Hiyori asks after a moment, and Zoro looks back up at her just in time to catch her wince before she recovers her blank expression. "She hasn't stopped talking about a beetle she found 3 days ago," Zoro replies, a bit baffled. "Why?" "Ah, no, never mind," Hiyori assures. The flush on her face deeper now. It was nothing. Would you like some help with these?" Zoro shrugs and hands her a dry rag. Hiyori's hands are long-fingered and delicate-looking, but she rolls up her sleeves to her elbows and sets to work without any of her earlier hesitation. "You seem settled, here in Wano," Hiyori observes after a moment of quiet work. "You and your friends. I was surprised to discover how quickly your group adapted." Zoro shrugs. "We're used to traveling." Hiyori raises an eyebrow. "Your friend, Orabi, she is very talented as a geisha. She truly learned it all in just a few weeks?" Zoro huffs, trying not to smirk. Robin's spy shit is never going to get less creepy. He's pretty sure she could walk into Marie Joie's and out again without tipping people off. She used to be an assassin. Hiyori pauses in her scrubbing. Zoro looks up to find her staring at him, eyes wide with incredulity. She stopped though. "All right." Slowly, her hands begin working at a clump of rice dried onto a bowl. She must have lived many places and done many things to be able to pick up a new culture and art so quickly. Zoro nods absently. He scowls at the stuck-on remains of a dumpling in a steaming basket, probably. "It must be nice," Hiyori says, and there's a wistful note to her voice that makes Zoro pause. To be so cultured. To have experienced so much, and know she can go anywhere she pleases. Zoro squints at her. Being an assassin ain't easy. Hiyori flushes again and backpedals. Oh, well, of course. I suppose I was thinking of everything but the actual assassination. Then she pauses. Were you an assassin, Zoro-jiro-san? Before you met Lucino-jo-san? Zoro shrugs. The line between assassin and bounty hunter was arguably blurry, but Zoro never went after anyone important enough to warrant a hit. Nah. Hiyori stares at him for a moment, but when he doesn't elaborate, she presses on. You traveled, though. Only in the East Blue. Probably, he's pretty sure Chris crossing the Grand Line. Or the Red Line. No, he definitely would have noticed that. I suppose it is no wonder you blend in so well here. Hiyori compliments, eyes warm. I heard from Hitetsu Dono that you were raised among the Shimotsuki, in your own way. This again. I grew up in a village with them. Zoro catches her eye, makes sure she understands when he says this. I'm not related to them. Hiyori frowns, but eventually nods, slow and deliberate. I meant no offense, Zoro-jiro-san. Zoro nods to show he heard. I suppose I keep mentioning it because it is hard to believe that you are not from my country, Hiyori says after a moment. Zoro raises an eyebrow because he didn't do that good a job blending in, but Hiyori only smiles, her eyes like clear spring pools. It reminds him of Lucy somehow, the look she gives him when she says something heartfelt, sentimental. And it is hard to believe you will leave again when the battle is won. I find myself fond of your presence. Zoro stops washing his dishes and stares. Hiyori seems unbothered by his lack of response. The only sign she said something at all important is the fact that she's been drying a bowl for too long. She doesn't seem to expect an answer, simply works on the dish she's holding until it's sparkling and sets it aside on the stack of clean bowls. Zoro shakes himself and goes back to work. Lucino-jo-san is a lucky woman, to have so many reliable friends, Hiyori says after a moment, subject changed. It throws Zoro, but only for a moment. Whatever, Zoro can talk about Lucy, like attracts like. Hiyori hums, thoughtful as she plucks a shrimp tail off a plate and deposits it in Sanji's compost. She is different to what I imagined when you described her, and the same. Zoro shrugs. He stands and hefts a crate of clean dishes on top of the other to bring the third empty crate forward for filling. She is who she is. On Wano she would be. Hiyori casts around visibly for an analogy, probably searching for one that isn't offensive, and eventually sighs. I am not sure. She is not womanly by Wano's standards. Zoro wonders if he's supposed to defend his girlfriend's femininity right now. Yesterday he watched her blow up a cliff, which was hot but not very girly the way Wano would define it. He makes a non-committal sound. If she broke something of yours, Usopp and Frankie might be able to fix it. They've definitely had enough practice. Ah, no, that is to say, Hiyori purses her lips. It is impressive, how strong she is. How strong, physically, all the women in your crew are. It is not typical on Wano for a woman to become a warrior. It is interesting to see. Zoro thinks of Kuina, and scowls at a dish. Hiyori sounds curious, and it pisses him off for some reason. Robin or Nami could teach you, if you ask. Zoro's busy and also never had a preference for hand-to-hand, and Lucy's good at teaching people how to hold their own, but she's busy too. Nami especially might have a few self-taught principles to keep Hiyori from getting herself killed in a fight. Any of the Straw Hats could help her with that much, really. Hiyori stops washing her dish, and her eyes are wide. You think I am capable of fighting? Everyone can fight, Zoro insists, rolling his eye. It's about whether you want to, and how hard you train. Hiyori's smile is oddly private, fond. Well said. Denjiro-san answered something similar when I asked him to teach me some time ago. Zoro raises an eyebrow. He didn't teach you? Not as such, Hiyori answers, and she rolls her own eyes despite her obvious fondness. Denjiro-san is a traditional man. He felt he would be betraying my father if he taught me. It is frowned upon for women to wield a katana here, especially for a noblewoman. Wano will be free in 12 years, and you should be free to step into the role of the woman you should have been, he said. She purses her lips, and shakes herself. Well, I disliked that answer, but he still helped me learn another way. Zoro frowns. Huh? Hiyori smirks at him from the other side of the tub. The edges of her sleeves are wet and dotted with soap suds. As you said, there are many ways to fight. Manipulating enemies, smuggling prisoners out, embezzling funds from the palace to supply the resistance, distracting Orochi from his evil and his wrath. Zoro raises an eyebrow. What was the plan if you got caught? You saw the end of it, Hiyori says absently. Denjiro-san staged my execution and I ran to Ringo. Denjiro-san would have come for me eventually. Zoro stares at her for a moment, then shakes his head. Ask Robin and Nami, he repeats. If you learn and you're caught alone you might not die immediately. He can't believe this Denjiro guy refused her in the first place if they were going to be doing that kind of stuff. Hiyori stares at him now, expression blank with surprise. Zoro stares back. You and your friends are very odd, Zorojiro-san, Hiyori says after a moment. She's not smiling anymore and her brow is furrowed but she seems to relax regardless. You have strange ideas about the world, about people. It is refreshing. Zoro shrugs and looks down at the tub, pulls another dirty dish out of the water. Hiyori should be able to fight if she wants to. That's all. No one can be strong if they don't chase their own limits. Zorojiro-san, Hiyori says after a moment, calling his attention back. He looks up to find her biting her lip, wiping her hands on the now damp rag. When my brother is shogun we will need people who know the outside world to advise us. I wonder if... A small, pink bullet of a little girl interrupts them as she tears across the open area to fling herself at Hiyori. The woman catches her reflexively, arms open and receptive, and Otoko giggles hiccups into her shoulders hitching horribly as she laughs against her will. Hiyori softens around Otoko, wraps both arms around the child and rocks her gently. Zoro watches on, a pit in his stomach. Yasui's absence feels heavy, but never so much as when Otoko is around. She makes Enma howl. Otoko hiccups in her futile attempts to swallow the laughter. Sanguro-san made me soba. Hiyori pets her hair. Was it very delicious? Otoko nods, still hiding her face. It was so yummy for just a second, She hiccups again, and giggles, and grips Hiyori's kimono hard in her little fists. I forgot. Hiyori's face fractures with pain for just a moment before her equilibrium returns. She resumes petting Otoko's hair, her face soft, eyes shining. She gives Zoro an apologetic glance toward the dishes, and he waves her off. I see, Hiyori says carefully, and stands still balancing Otoko's weight. Shall we go tell him about the soba then? He would want to know you are eating well. Otoko sniffs, giggles, and nods. Hiyori treads off into the woods, toward the makeshift grave. Zoro watches them go. He looks down at the remaining dishes, and feels restlessness return tenfold. He listens for Lucy's voice, finds it ringing loud and determined and powerful. He lets himself listen for a moment, lets himself be reassured. Only a crate or two left before he can train. He sighs heavily, and sets another bowl on the rack. 4 days before the raid, Kinemon sits next to Lucy at dinner. He has bruises under his eyes and his top knot is just a bit crooked, not quite pinned right. Lucy looks up at him and nods a greeting, and does him the very generous courtesy of not stealing the salted salmon right off his plate. Will you be ready, Lucy no Jodono? Kinemon asks, and Lucy thumbs the thin bandage chopper wrapped around her knuckles when they finally split yesterday. Course, she promises, and she means it. She'll master Ryuo in time for the raid, she has to. Kinemon nods, closes his eyes tiredly, but her confidence makes his own more evident. That is a relief. Thank you, Lucy no Jodono, for your work. He shakes his head. I do not know what we would have done without you all. Lucy shrugs and nabs the biggest shrimp on FS and even notice, too busy talking to Kanjuro about the merits of Samurai General Frankie. We said we would, so we are. Kinemon smiles, and nods to Zoro as he settles in beside Lucy for dinner. You remind me of that old story sometimes. Huh? Lucy asks, and slurps on her noodles. Zoro mindlessly deflects her chopsticks when she makes to steal half his rice. Oh, just a superstition. That Wano calls her people home in times of danger. Kinemon shrugs. Neither you nor your crew are descended from here, are you? I may have to take those sayings more seriously. Lucy hums. Don't think so, and doesn't think too much about it. It's not like she's ever asked her crew for their life stories. Zoro shifts, his elbow brushing her shoulder. What do you mean Wano calls people? Kinnaman affixes himself a bite of salmon and rice. Well, it is only a story. But supposedly, some lucky few hear the soul of the country from time to time. There are numerous accounts from before the borders closed of foreigners wandering onto shore and causing a fuss, and Wano herself calling a champion to repel them. Lucy eyes the oyaki on Robin's plate. She's hard to steal from because Robin is sneaky and also knows that making it more difficult is entertaining to Lucy. What happened to them? The people Wano called back? Kinnaman looks down at her with surprise, and pours her a cup of sake. They are only country folk tales. Lucy no Jodono. However, most of them end with the champions either dead or honored beyond their wildest dreams. Zoro fills Kinnaman's sake cup with one hand, and Lucy sneaks a piece of salmon off of Usopp's plate down the table. So they stayed? Kinnaman looks dryly amused at her question. If they were alive, yes, all of them stayed. Huh. Lucy sips the sake and tries not to grimace at the taste. It's not her favorite, but she's come to learn it's precious here for cooking and for drinking. She's not going to be ungrateful again. She learned her lesson with Tama. Wano's nice, Zoro says gruffly to Kinnaman. Suppose there are worse places. Kinnaman apparently knows Zoro well enough to know that was high praise and not a put down, because he slaps her swordsman on the shoulder and nods, grinning. It is a beautiful country. I wish you could have seen it at its best. Lucy shrugs. We'll come back probably, someday. We will? Zoro asks, a little surprised, and Lucy ignores him in favor of stealing some of his shrimp. She wants to go on 1,000 new adventures every day forever, but she likes seeing old friends, too. One day they'll visit Vivi, probably. And she has to repay Makino her treasure tab. Can we visit Dr. on Drum, too? Chopper asks, and Lucy's heart squeezes at how hopeful he looks. So cute, with the big reindeer eyes. Why not? Lucy asks, grinning, and that's the end of it. But later, when they've exhausted themselves again and Lucy prepares to fall asleep and dream weird dreams about a starving Oran, she remembers what Kinnaman said at dinner. Zoro? She calls softly. It's dark in the tent and Zoro is curled on his side in front of her, his breathing already slowing into sleep. Does Wano still feel familiar? There's a hesitation on his end. Long enough she thinks he might have dropped off to sleep after all. But then nods into the pillow, and Lucy feels him exhale slowly under her palms. Yeah, he admits. You still hearing it? Her? Lucy corrects absently, and nods against his shoulder blades, curls herself closer. Yeah. Mostly she has her dreams. Every once in a while, she'll hear something that reminds her of the starving Oran in the shift of soil beneath her feet, or in the curl of wind, something that feels like the slow growth of Amagos's ancient forests but more, a hum buried deep within the earth. Zoro is quiet for long enough that Lucy thinks he fell asleep. Then he squeezes her interlocked hands wrapped around his belly and clicks his tongue. Nothing's gonna keep you here later, it's just a story. Lucy scoffs, I know that. And I'm taking you with me. No one can have you. Mine. Lucy swears she can hear him roll his eyes. Duh, Sencho. His voice is warm though, and his aura feels like a heavy cloak against her, solid and dark in its protection and its comfort. The sensation's been getting stronger lately, enough that it seems to react passively like this all the time now. Lucy likes it. It wouldn't be bad to be from this place, Lucy tells him. Zoro is quiet for a long time again. The village I grew up in. Its people were from here. Zoro says slowly, and Lucy feels his alertness against her skin. She feels a little bad for waking him up. So you're like, an honorary Wano citizen, Lucy muses quietly. Zoro hesitates before responding. Hitetsu said, Wado was Kuina's katana, so when I started carrying it for her. He shakes his head, and his body is stiff against her. I'm not though. Lucy squishes herself closer to him. She figured anything was better than wherever his kingdom originally was, the one he never speaks about. Lucy never really speaks of Goa, either. Zoro's mine anyway. I get to keep him, not some stupid island. She wriggles against him and the bedroll to kiss the stripe of exposed skin on his neck between his collar and his hairline. His skin is a little greasy with sweat. Night, Zoro. Go the fuck to sleep, Lucy. Zoro grumbles, but Lucy can see the heat of embarrassment on the back of his neck and she can feel his fond affection radiating out of him, his voice resonating dependability and strength as he relaxes, The topic successfully changed. He feels like home the way Sunny does, the way Nami's lectures and Usopp's stories do in Sanji's cooking. It doesn't take long for Zoro to drift off, and his slow, even breaths have Lucy falling into dreams again soon after. As has become typical in the last few nights, she finds herself in empty blackness and facing a pleading woman emaciated beyond recognition. Lucy holds her gaze with firm denial. "Please," the Oran begs. "Please." Lucy cradles the Oiran's face in two hands, not minding the way her own flesh melts from her bones. "I won't give you anyone." A tear falls down the Oiran's cheek, but it's strange, the liquid seems frozen somehow, suspended, too viscous to be a tear. "We need him." Lucy presses her forehead to the Oiran's and feels her skin peel away from her skull like paper. It doesn't hurt. She can't feel anything at all. She wipes the tear away with her own skeletal thumb. "Don't worry, we'll make you free." The Oran fades away, her face crumpled in disbelief and doubt. Lucy falls into the swallowing moon, and feels certainty and freedom drumming in her heart. 3 days before the raid, Old Man sits perched on a flat rock near the sea, surveying Lucy's form and the damage she's wrought. "It is enough for now," he says eventually. Lucy gnashes her teeth, kneeling in the dirt and her fists clenched as she recovers. She swallows her pants long enough to snap, "It's not right yet." "No," Old Man agrees, "but still, it is enough for now." "For now, isn't good enough," Lucy growls. Old Man doesn't bother replying. He knows as well as she does. She's close. Really close, even, but getting it right feels like grabbing lightning, and a rubber girl can't even be struck by a bolt. The right pressure, not all the pressure. Throwing all her weight behind a punch is easier than only using the strength she needs. "Take a break. Eat dinner," Old Man suggests, hopping off his rock. Lucy opens her mouth to object, but then she hears Usopp's voice expanding out into the clearing inexpertly, searching. She flares her own haki to let him practice finding people, and is gratified when he zeroes in on her immediately. She really does have the best crew. Usopp's gonna be amazing at haki with some more practice. Lucy smiles to herself and waits, nodding to Old Man to let him know she'll go with Usopp. Her sniper enters the clearing just as Old Man leaves, his hakama catching on some underbrush. Lucy waves wearily and gets her feet under her, ignoring the way sweat makes her kimono stick to her legs. "Usopp," she greets. She grins, but the corners of her mouth kind of sting with it. "You look terrible," Usopp informs, but he looks impressed when he surveys the training area and all the ruined ground. "Come on," Sanji says, "dinner is almost ready." Then he sniffs and grimaces. "Maybe take a bath, too." Lucy's stomach growls at the thought of hot pot and rice. She nods eagerly, ignoring the bath thing. She sways, tilts, and Usopp wraps a hand around her waist before she can fall. She throws her arm over his shoulder and leans into him to help her fight gravity. He's careful to hold her by the elbow, not her bandaged wrist. Lucy's grateful he doesn't comment on either the exhaustion or the injuries. "Thanks," she flexes her hand, trying to get feeling back in her fingers, and Usopp starts moving toward the tree line, not bothered at all when she leans on him a little as she gets herself moving. Lucy grins at him. "You really did get good muscles. Super impressive muscles." Usopp rolls his eyes. Of course, Captain Usopp would never be caught dead going lax on his fitness regime. He nudges her with his hip. "I dunno how you did it, but you're looking even more ripped too." Carrying 6-ton blocks of stone across a quarry all day will do that. "Wait, what?" Usopp asks. Lucy doesn't bother elaborating and he just shakes his head. "Prison. Right, it sounded bad." Lucy purses her lips and focuses on not tripping over a rock. "The rocks were fine. And I was strong enough to handle things after a couple days." Usopp gives her a look out of the corner of his eye, and before that? Lucy huffs. Bares her teeth in a smile. "I handled things anyway." Usopp's shoulders drop under his arm, relieved. "Good." She leans into him, nudging him back to change the subject. "You've been practicing." Usopp makes a face and turns them south to meet with the regular path. "Kind of. It's hard." Sanji's at least better at explaining it than Zoro, but he still kinda just gets it and I'm still kind of lost. He gives her a hopeful look. Lucy grins, amused by memories of Rayleigh's meat-based training incentives. "Hockey's like that." Sanji's a better teacher than me, I bet. Usopp groans, throwing his head back. I was afraid of that. He nods to a rock she pulverized a few hours ago. Did you mean to do that? Kinda, Lucy answers, annoyed again. Supposed to destroy it without touching it. Touched it. Well, stop doing that, Usopp orders pompously, and Lucy laughs. Her legs feel steadier now that she's moving, and she tugs herself free of Usopp's grip gently. It's the timing, she explains when she catches her breath, thinking it through. They turn down the hill towards Amagasa. I keep releasing at the wrong moment. Why? Because that moment of ignition makes her think of every thought and worry she's carrying at once, because using Ryu and being forced to be aware of all that heat and flow makes her feel everything she is and everything she wants to be all at the same time. To release she needs to clear her thoughts, and she keeps thinking of the Oran in her dreams and the people in Udon who want to be free, of the old man that died, of the way Zoro keeps saying how familiar Wano feels, all at the wrong time. It's not even that she's distracted, really. Lucy's good at focusing on the task at hand. It's just that something in her feels unsettled when she reaches for Ryu, and no matter how many times she tries to calm it, to put everything in its place and simply flow, it always takes her longer than it should when she's trying to swing her punches at speed. Used to giving it everything I got every time, Lucy says. This is hard in a different way. Gotta think about it different. I see. That would be difficult for you. Lucy elbows him, grinning. Usopp hunches over his waist like she drew blood, leaning into the bit, and it makes Lucy laugh again. Usopp's always been good at that. He smirks when he thinks she can't see, radiating smugness. Oh, look at that, Usopp says, and points at a nearby branch. On the broad crest of a maple leaf a pretty blue beetle with black spots watches them, antennae twitching. Oh, Lucy coos. She pulls Usopp down into a squat next to her, so they can watch it on eye level. It's pretty. Kinemon said they're unique to Wano, Usopp tells her. I've seen a couple around here. I think it wants to be friends, Lucy decides. She shimmies over a couple of steps to the left, and holds out her hand, watching intently. The beetle's voice feels very small and strange when Lucy reaches out to coax it with her haki. Faint and tiny but distinct, a teeny little voice with really simple thoughts and wants. I don't want to take your leaf, Lucy soothes. The beetle considers her hand and takes a couple of curious steps forward. Lucy grins. Usopp crowds closer to her. The beetle looks between them and huddles into the crook between her thumb and her pointer finger. It's nervous, considering going back to its leaf. Lucy smiles and lifts the beetle up to Usopp's bandana so it can hide there if it prefers. Usopp sputters at her but stops as soon as the little friend leaves her hand for his hair. Lucy giggles. The bug feels so strange in her mind's eye, but it's cool, too. Kinda refreshing. Bugs don't think about nations and punching people when a woman thinks her boyfriend's handsome, or little children looking up at them and seeing their dead brothers. Actually, the simplicity of it, the way it exists without trying to be anything else, it kind of reminds her of that moment of grabbing lightning, of ignition and release. Lucy blinks, her smile dropping as she stares at the bug. Usopp is saying something about how he can't even move. Now, what if he disturbs the bug, and… Usopp, Lucy interrupts. Do you think bugs practice Ryu? Usopp looks at her, then gently scoops the beetle out of his hair and places it on a leaf. I think you need to eat something before your stomach eats the rest of your brain, Usopp says bluntly, and I think you really need a bath. Lucy snorts, does her best to rub her armpit against Usopp's yukata, and squeals her laughter when he exclaims in outrage and gives chase. And strangely, the laughing. That feels pretty close to lightning. Training under pressure means any distraction to Zoro's focus, any anomaly, makes his progress feel slow. With a deadline like this one, it's unacceptable, inexcusable, makes him angry and frustrated. Zoro is usually a model of discipline and focus, but the persistent weight in the back of his head makes him want to stab something bloodier than a tree. So you're like, an honorary didn't bother him. It shouldn't. It's nothing, or at least it should be nothing. Zoro shouldn't be thinking about the idea of belonging to the Shimotsuki so much. He's an orphan, he's always been a Roronoa, and it's fine. He's always been from nowhere, the outsider who challenged a dojo. Sensei never made anything of it, and Zoro was always grateful for that. In his hand Enma coils and writhes, searing Zoro's veins with aching hunger, yearning, Enma will take everything including Zoro himself. You have the Shimotsuki eyes. Zoro growls and pulls his haki and blood back from the blade, arms steaming. Enma shudders, resentful and sullen. Hush you, Zoro mumbles around Watto's hilt, but it feels more like frustration to Zoro than a real attempt at eating him, a discernment he can make now that he's spent a week wrestling with the Hell Katana. There's still something missing, something not quite right for all the progress he's made with Enma. Zoro struggles against it every time he grasps the katana's hilt, anytime he gropes blindly for the shape of the gap between them, like looking into his own soul and finding a locked door he's never seen before. The katana lashes out every time he thinks about it too much. Zoro breathes out slowly through his nose and rolls his shoulders. His sweat steams off him and his lungs heave, slow to recover. It's frustrating. He wants to be better than this, better than needing the rest, to master his own blade already. He glances up at the moon, feels something in his ribs move wrong, and reluctantly calls it a night. Zoro tilts his head and habitually checks on Lucy with his haki. She's focused and training, but she's slowing too, and he can sense exhaustion in her if he listens closely. Hearing her ring makes his shoulders relax, lets his thoughts settle. He throws his right arm across his chest, pins it with his left, and walks as he leans into the stretch. He shakes out the soreness when he's done and switches as he makes his way toward Lucy. When he hits the beach he hangs a right, away from the village and down the coast to where she practices. The water is inky and calm in a still wind, the stars low and bright, not even outshined by the moon. It's lonely out here this late, with more ghosts than Ringo can boast for company and only a few logs and rocks to dot the pale beach. Lucy wandered out pretty far this time and he sets an unhurried pace in her general direction. The coast is peaceful but still, like Wano's holding its breath. Lucy says she can hear Wano's voice, and sometimes Zoro thinks he can feel it trembling just behind his navel. After walking a few more minutes a new shape rises up on the sand, but it's not Lucy he's looking at. The figure ahead has teal hair that shines faintly even in moonlight, and her pink haori is a blush of muted color in the dark. Hiyori turns to look at him as he approaches. He notes her posture, the way her spine is straight and rigid even all alone out here, sitting on a hunk of driftwood. It's laid out, moon lowering. Maybe Otoko had a nightmare or something, but there's no kid to be seen, and Hiyori's face is steely and far too closed off for her shadow to be present. Well, whatever. Privacy is hard to come by when living out of everyone's pockets like they are, and especially when there's a gaggle of vulnerable kids hanging around. Hiyori probably just needs a minute. He nods a vague greeting and walks behind her so he doesn't interrupt her view of the moon. Zorojiro-san, Hiyori calls when he's 4 steps past her and already thinking about sleep. Sake, tomorrow's training. Her voice isn't loud but it cuts through the nighttime silence and the crunch of sand beneath his geta. He turns back and finds she's not looking at him, is instead staring straight ahead toward the reflection of the moon on the water. Will you sit for a moment? Zoro spots the way her hands are clenched together in her lap in poorly disguised tension. Wordlessly he adjusts his katanas before settling next to Hiyori on the driftwood. He braces his palms against his knees and looks out at sea, just as she does. Hiyori doesn't react or acknowledge him aside from a small nod, but that suits Zoro fine. I have been asking your crew about your lives, Hiyori says after a time. Franosuke-san was telling me that other seas smell of salt. Zoro nods. The sea around Wano is freshwater and smells earthy, sort of mineral and sharp instead of the ocean's familiar brine. Yeah. That sounds fascinating, Hiyori replies, her voice soft. Zoro glances over and sees wistfulness in the pinch of her eyebrows and the way she stares at the dark horizon. Then she draws a shutter over it, her face going blank, drawing back. My father set out for the first time along this coast, Hiyori tells him. The Whitebeard pirates made landfall around Amagasa, just like your captain. Kawamatsu-san and I hid here for a few months when I was young, and I used to dream that Whitebeard-san would return here and rescue us, or maybe avenge my parents. Zoro watches her closely. Her eyes seem hollow, somehow, even though she's made herself expressionless. Strange to be back. Hardly, Hiyori says, and there's dry humor in the quirk of her mouth. I spent the last few years living under Orochi's nose. Anywhere is better than that. Zoro snorts, and she seems to take that as her cue to continue. It is interesting though, that the woman my country is betting everything on arrived on the same beach. It is fate, maybe. Zoro raises an eyebrow. Fate, or his girlfriend tried to ride a koi fish up here and crashed. Maybe. Hiyori smiles, but it doesn't show teeth, doesn't meet her eyes. Forgive me. I am in a bit of a strange mood tonight. I received some news. Zoro frowns. He's been training all day, but Nami and Kinemon keep shoving as much information into everyone's heads during meals as they can. He's mostly ignored everything except the instruction to show up and fight, but he thinks he'd remember something important enough to send Hiyori out to a beach in the hour of the rat and reminiscing about her time on the run. My brother and his retainers have decided I shall be Sessho, Hiyori explains, her voice hard and firm, like ice. I will rule over Wano in his stead until my brother comes of age. Zoro frowns at the water, thinking it over. It makes sense. Zoro's not politically minded, but Hiyori is capable and responsible and unlikely to betray her own brother to seize power for herself and claim his birthright from him. She witnessed everything Orochi and Kaido did to her people, and she's been a key part of resistance for years. Congratulations. Hiyori winces, but covers the expression quickly. Ashura Doji-san asked for me specifically, 11 years. Zoro nods again. 19 is the age of majority in Shimotsuki village, too. Hiyori stares out at the black blur of the horizon, pensive and tense. You don't want it? Hiyori looks at him sharply, eyes flashing. She relaxes when she sees the lack of judgment in Zoro's face. It's not like he'd want a job like that either. I am the best choice for it. The men all say as much, I agree. Zoro hums. You don't want it, it's not a question this time. Pirates seem very concerned about the things one wants. If she meant that as an insult it falls flat. He grins to himself, imagining Lucy's gleeful affirmation in response to a statement like that. Kinda the point. Hiyori sighs. I do not understand you, really, any of you, especially not your captain. Zoro kind of wishes he had some sake so he could hide the fondness on his face. He's not surprised someone raised around nobility and under a false identity would have a hard time processing the Straw Hats, and Lucy in particular. You've been trying though, Zoro points out. Asking about us and everything. Hiyori tenses, caught, and then slowly lets her shoulders drop as she decides not to deny it. I suppose I have. You are all interesting people, even if you are baffling. Zoro rolls his neck, trying to abate the stiffness. The wrongness in HTER now that he's sitting. Lucy picks the weird ones. He's talking about the cook. She has peculiar taste. Good taste, though. My brother and Kinemon-san would not trust you as they do otherwise. Zoro raises an eyebrow, connecting a few dots. You don't, though? I trust you, Zorojiro-san. Hiyori admits easily, not ruffled at all despite the pointedness of the question. And I trust your judgment and Kinemon-san's. Kawamatsu-san's too. But not her brother's because Momo is 8 and trusted the first people that were kind to him. It was just lucky that the Straw Hats weren't the sort to take advantage of a kid, that they befriended him instead. You wanted to draw your own conclusions, Zoro says aloud, not judging her for it. Smart of her, given all the people who have come to Wano to destroy it. He breathes out through his nose. Too bad you don't want the job. You'd make a good leader. I will be a great steward until my brother comes of age, Hiyori declares, and then she turns to him. The moonlight glancing off the curve of her cheek and her eyes flashing in the dark. And I think you, Zorojiro-san, should help me do it. Zoro grins halfway into a laugh before he registers the look in her eye and realizes it's not a joke, that she's deathly serious. Wah. I mean it, Zorojiro-san, Hiyori insists, lurching forward to grab his hand from where it rests between them, her fingers ice cold and comically delicate compared to his. Her eyes are wide, intense with something too complicated for Zoro to parse. I know we must defeat Kaido first, but I will need you, if I am to be a good Sessho. I need someone who does not know Kamurasaki, she confesses, quiet and tragic. Someone who does not see me as a child and who never knew the courtesan. Someone who would see a stranger in need and help for nothing more than sake. Someone who would teach a 14-year-old girl to fight if she asked. Zoro stares at her, eyebrows pinched. Her hand squeezes his so tightly it bleaches the skin beneath her nails. He tries to respond but the need in her expression sticks his tongue to the roof of his mouth, makes his words catch. He pulls his hand from hers and glares out at the water instead. Hiyori takes his lack of answer for interest or uncertainty anyway and presses on. You are an incredible warrior. You know the world outside our borders and you could help us open them, like my father wanted. Hiyori leans closer and her eyes bore into the side of his skull. You do not seem to like acknowledging it, but carrying your Wado Ichimonji means you are the closest thing we have to a Shimotsuki clan heir. You could even keep the daimyo of Ringo when Otoko comes of age, and let her husband claim Hakumai. Appearances to the contrary, we are a rich nation. You could have a palace and retainers if you so choose. Zoro shakes his head, denial ready. Hiyori leans forward, tries to catch his eye. You could belong here, Zorojiro-san, Hiyori promises, voice low, to a place, and to a people who would adore you. And you could help me make it safe for everyone here. Zoro settles his palms on his knees and turns to look at her. There's a frenzied energy in Hiyori, something breaking and desperate behind her eyes. He doesn't get it really, doesn't understand why she's asking this of him. But she looks like she's holding herself together by her fingernails, and her ability to keep doing so hinges very much on how Zoro responds now. The future I want to see won't happen here, he says bluntly. Hiyori flinches as if slapped, and Zoro tenses to deliver another blow. I won't stay. Hiyori's face cracks and then goes disturbingly blank before she turns away from him to face the sea. She hunches over herself, shoulders curled, and then straightens, head held high with pride and nothing else. I know this country, Hiyori tells him, building like the ring of a gong, and I have had to believe in fate all my life. I think you belong here. This place is your heritage, too. I think you should at least consider it. I'm not a Shimotsuki. They didn't adopt me. Get over it. Perhaps they thought you knew. They would have said something, Zoro growls, a shiver of real anger in his spine and old, shame-filled questions he's long since forgotten asking whispering through his skull. Enma found you, Hiyori points out, undeterred and ignorant of the way the katana is gnawing on his heart. Hungry and searching for the chink in Zoro's soul that will let it devour him. When there was already someone with a better claim. My father's katana chose you, that is proof enough. Enough, Zoro snaps, irritation boiling over the more Hiyori picks at the wound. Stop assuming things you know nothing about. Is it your captain? She can stay too, or visit, or a marriage can be arranged. Wano's got nothing for me, and I'm not staying because you don't want to be Sessho in your brother's court. Hiyori's jaw snaps shut with an audible click of her teeth and she looks at him with venom in her eyes. What I want does not factor into the equation. I am not a pirate. Zoro really could use a drink right about now. And I'm not a lord, or whatever. You could be, Hiyori insists, but the desperation is gone now. She sounds petulant more than anything, but her voice softens with her next promise. You could be anything, here. Not the greatest, Zoro disagrees. He shakes his head. I can't fight Mihawk from Wano. Can't be the right hand of the Pirate King either. Hiyori huffs an irritated breath. I do not know how to convince you if I do not understand why you deny the position. Zoro shrugs. World's bigger than this place, and I've got promises to keep. To your captain? And some others, Zoro agrees. He takes a look at her again, and notes the way she stares at the horizon. The way she leans toward it just enough to break her perfect posture, the way she looks at it like it's slipping away. You don't even want to stay on Wano, do you? Hiyori goes very still, hardly breathing. Zoro thinks this must be how she survived at Orochi's side, that she grows stiller and firmer the more her emotions rise. What I want does not matter, she insists softly, but with something sharp beneath, a warning shot across the bow. And then she looks at him out of the corner of her eye and sighs. But if I was concerned with such things, I would say staying in one place my whole life does not appeal to me. Sailing, Hiyori goes still again, this time her face soft and winsome as she looks out to the velvet black water, the edge dropping away to the world. If I was concerned with such things, I would say I dream of sailing all the time, seeing the world. Zoro watches her, and the way her eyes shine as she speaks of it. He thinks of Lucy and how she stares at the horizon on Sunny's figurehead like she can hear it speaking to her, and he wonders if that's how she spotted this need in Hiyori the other day, if she recognized something in the older woman that she harbors in herself. I am not selfish, not like that. I do not have it in me to abandon my people for myself like my father did when I've lived those consequences. Hiyori straightens her shoulders. And my brother needs me. Even if I did want something else, it is not forever. Zoro frowns. 11 years is a long time. A flinch runs through her, and her eyes narrow at the horizon before Hiyori scoffs, settling back into her indifference. Your skeleton is 90 years old. I will be 37 when my brother comes of age. I will hardly be too old. Age has nothing to do with it, Zoro agrees. It's about, he searches for the right words. Lucy would be better at this, at showing Hiyori that the burning thing inside her isn't something that will wait forever, that fires can always be rekindled but they can go out, too. The world's out there now, Zoro tries. A different one will be there in 11 years. It will be equally new to me, Hiyori says tightly. You could just tell them to find someone else. I will do no such thing, Hiyori snaps. Fine, Zoro says. Then why are you sitting out here? Hiyori goes still, her eyes blank. She looks to her left, so Zoro can't see her face and neither can the horizon. Is there not something for which you would give up that future you want to see? Break your promises? Hiyori asks after a moment, desperate and quiet. Zoro rolls his eye, unimpressed. That's different. Why? The price I'd pay is shame and death. You're going to lose a lot more, Zoro warns. Lucy staggers in the distance, the bell of her voice wavering with her exhaustion. His lungs twinge in sympathy. And I'm already fighting for what I want. Do you not believe fate brought you here? Hiyori asks, or even to your Shimotsuki village, when you were young? Fate happens or it doesn't, Zoro denies. It's a fall down the stairs, a meeting with a warlord years too early. It's not choices. Those are things Zoro makes himself. I don't have to do anything just because we came here. You really do not believe you are a Shimotsuki? That you could have a place here? I've always been a Rorinoa, Zoro tells her, his shoulders tense. My place is on the sunny. Rorinoa, Hiyori tests. The syllable's unfamiliar to her. You say it like it is more than a name. Zoro doesn't look at her, doesn't move. Hiyori nods to herself. Orphans know the look of other orphans, Hiyori says blithely. I was lucky that I had people to tell me who my parents were and what they wanted for me. Maybe you did not. Hiyori's gaze slices through him, quicksilver and cold. Perhaps you were afraid that to claim something new about your past would change how you view yourself now. Or even those around you. My past doesn't matter, Zoro snaps. He hates how he feels exposed, how her words feel like a knife and his gut twists around them, how Enma feels bigger than usual, like the unclenching of an unseen throat. The past does not matter, and fate is what you make of it, Hiyori repeats back to him, and shakes her head. I cannot say I agree on either count. Hiyori falls quiet then, pensive. She's frowning, staring out at the water. The breeze doesn't touch her, somehow, like she's behind a pane of glass. Zoro feels frozen too, bolted down to the driftwood beneath him and unable to move or risk shaking something important inside him loose. Pride maybe, or his own certitude. There's a faint tremble in the earth as Lucy punches holes in a distant cliff. He hears her voice ring out in frustration before the vibrations carry through sandy beach and up through the soles of his shoes. Why do you follow your captain? Hiyori asks, finally. Maybe she noticed Lucy's training too. It is not just because of love. No, Zoro agrees. Some of your promises are to her? All of them, in one way or another, Zoro admits. She makes you feel like you have a home. A purpose. It's not a question, so Zoro doesn't bother to answer. Hiyori sighs, taking his silence as confirmation. Her whole frame softens, and Zoro has the strangest mental image of Hiyori returning a katana to its scabbard, heralding retreat. I am often compared to Kaguya-sama herself, but I cannot compete with that. It is not often I experience jealousy. Her mouth quirks into a wry grin. It seems I do not handle it well. Zoro frowns at her. She still looks exhausted, but her eyes twinkle with soft amusement at his confusion. I am still surprised your captain did not warn you off of me, Hiyori says. It's thin but she's smiling. I find you very attractive, and I feel great affection toward you. It is not why I asked you to stay, but it did not harm my esteem for you either. She huffs a laugh at his expression. Although I must say, I think you have very strange taste in women. Zoro stares at her, thrown again and uncertain. Thanks, but I have. Yes, I know you do not reciprocate my interest, Hiyori says bluntly. She doesn't sound bitter at all, and she's still smiling. I cannot say I fully understand your relationship with your captain, but I can hardly deny it is there. Zoro flounders for words, caught entirely off guard. I mean, yeah. Amusement flickers across Hiyori's face. I am very glad to have met you and your crew. You are all inspiring. I should fight for what I want, your captain said. Hiyori muses quietly, staring back at the horizon. What shall I do? My freedom will be murdered by a Wano saved. It doesn't have to be, Zoro denies. Perhaps I should leave now, Hiyori replies dully, edging into sarcastic. I am only supposed to await news of the raid here in Amagasa, after all. Zoro looks between her and the horizon and he hears Lucy's voice waver and stumble. Spent. If you aren't gonna fight, don't. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Zoro stands, and Hiyori looks up at him, her eyes searching his face. Her eyebrows pinch together. I believe you. She sounds grateful. It makes him look away. I do hope you change your mind, Hiyori tells him, staring off into the sea, her face blank. And I hope that perhaps one day you might find a part of the past that matters. Your past, even. She says it sincerely. Zoro grips Enma's hilt hard to bring it to heel as his thoughts stutter on 100 memories of slums and sleeping in ditches and later the sheer relief of knowing where his next meal would come from. The ache of longing from before his dreams solidified. Old memories, things he's long since buried dragged up by Wano's strange familiarity and the twists of this conversation. He shakes his head, turns away, and leaves Hiyori on the beach to her solitude and the choices before her, taken or not, a growling uncertainty coiling in his stomach. Zoro doesn't think too much about where he's going, but he's unsurprised when his feet take him directly to Lucy, drawn there by the call of her own waning haki. There's something tense in his chest by the time he finds her, like the churning thing in his gut is turning solid as it tries to claw its way out of him. It leaves him restless and irritable, and it must show on his face because when he walks up to Lucy's practice area she doesn't even finish turning around before she's sizing him up. Her grin is broad and careless and no different than normal, but the glint in her eye and the faint waver in her voice says she's seen something odd in him. Zoro, she greets. Zoro takes her in, dirt-streaked and exhausted, knuckles scraped raw, her haki shuddering with the effort she's demanded of it. The tension in his throat and chest throbs into a knot, twisting and pulling. He feels restless and exhausted and uncomfortable in his own skin. And he wants to kiss his girlfriend senseless right here in the dirt and not think for a single second longer. Lucy's smile remains bright as Zoro stomps up to her. She's so much, all the time. He feels the thing inside him sharpen painfully as he reaches out to cradle her jaw with both hands. Lucy's smile broadens in the next heartbeat as he tilts down to meet her face. Lucy ducks down, wraps two rubbery arms around his waist, drives her shoulder into his stomach and hauls him into a fireman's carry. Wah! Lucy, he protests. Zoro thrashes, temper snapping, heels digging into the soil because Lucy is short enough he can still do that. She's ridiculously strong though, and she only giggles at him as she breaks into a sprint, heading up to the top of a nearby cliff extending out into the sea. Zoro considers for a split second whether or not he wants to be a real pain about this, but his girlfriend rolls him unceremoniously off of her shoulder before he can protest much at all. His ass hits the balding rock of the cliff, his shoulder clips a tree to his left, and it's not like it hurts, but he glares up at Lucy anyway. She grins down at him, her eyes shining and fixed on his face. Her haki presses solid and warm against him, playful but implacable too, impossible to deny. I want to sleep out here tonight, Lucy declares, her eyes flashing like she expects him to challenge her, knuckles at her hips. Zoro scowls at her, grumpy more than anything, and huffs. You coulda less fun. Lucy's grin is impish. She tilts her head, and a lock of tangled hair frees itself from her top knot, curling down against her collarbone. Zoro rolls his eye. "'S gonna be cold," he warns, looking around. The earth falls away on either side of the cliff, the beach stretching out to his left and his right. Zoro sees the firelight of Amagasa in the distance on one side, and the cave the sunny waits in on the other. The wind is tugging at his clothes, insistent and brutal, and below them the sea crashes loud and rhythmic, sending up a spray with the biggest waves. Lucy's voice rings with amusement and the playful chime of a handbell. "Ah," Lucy mocks, "don't worry. I'll keep Zoro warm." Zoro's face goes hot and he has to look heavenward to spare himself the indignities of answering her. He isn't the one with sensitivities to cold, okay. Which only gives her the opportunity to land unceremoniously in his lap and loop her arms around his shoulders. She knocks her forehead against his chin and her still bandaged wrists catch on the embroidered edge of his kimono as she settles into place. His arms circle around her automatically, catching her by force of habit. She sighs happily, warm damp breath blooming against his throat. Lucy's haki coils around him, effusive and bubbly and familiar as it is vast. He closes his eye and tries to focus on her, relaxed to match her breathing. She curls closer when a little of the tension in his body eases away. "You sounded good earlier," Lucy tells him, her fingers tugging on the hairs at the nape of his neck. "You sound a little different now, though." Zoro sighs. "I'm fine. Yeah? I'll figure it out," he tries. "I know," Lucy agrees, and her faith is so simple and clean it cracks the thing lodged inside him loose, serrated edges catching as they press against new emotion. She nuzzles into the collar of his haori and against his neck, readjusts so her arms wrap around his waist instead, her fingers burrowing under the folds of his haramaki so she can press chilled hands to his sides. "Told ya it was cold," Zoro grumbles, but he helps wrap the haori around her anyway, and then helps her tug the tattered remains of her kimono up over her shoulders even when she refuses to release him. "Thought you might want to fight," Lucy explains. Her eyelashes flutter against the stubble on his jaw. "You wanted to kiss instead though, so I didn't want to go back to camp." Zoro scrunches his nose. "We couldn't just stay there? Sunrise'll be pretty here," Lucy tells him. She strokes her hand down his spine. "Plus, you're closer, now. It will be nice. Like when he used to wake up on Mary's deck with the sun peeking over the waves. Or when he watches Lucy's face on the figurehead as sunbeams paint her in gold." "Was thinking," Zoro admits. He curls around her more fully, gripping a little tighter. He twists, readjusting to lean back against the tree instead of letting it dig into his shoulder, and has to scoot awkwardly with Lucy still in his lap. She snickers into his neck and grips tight around his waist with her knees, but otherwise doesn't help him at all. "Sounds dangerous." "Says you," he grumbles, and manages to get himself leaned up against the back of the tree, facing the forest the cliff erupts from. The sharp things in his chest rattle, unheard. He sobers. "Yasui told me a bunch of stories." Lucy's attention sharpens on him, her voice chiming with the shift in his mood. "Good stories?" Zoro shrugs. He pulls his katanas out from his haramaki to lean them against the tree too, his movements awkward with Lucy in his lap, but he doesn't ask her to adjust. They were about Wano. Before, mostly. He swallows, and the Shimotsuki. Lucy hums. "He was one, right? Like the people that taught you?" Zoro agrees. "I thought he was just telling me because he felt like it, but," he swallows again, tries to make his tongue work. "Think he might have thought like Hitetsu and Momo's sister." "He thought you were part of his clan?" "Maybe," Zoro admits, discomfited by the idea. He liked Yasui. He thought he was funny and kind and he didn't even realize how much the other man was suffering until he was already dead. Said I looked like someone he knew. Lucy sits back in his lap so she can look him in the eye, see his face. He watches her watch him, takes in the frown of concentration and the pinch in her eyebrows. It feels a little like one of Chopper's exams. "'S'okay if you are," Lucy tells him finally, her gaze heavy. "'S'okay if you are and don't want to be, too." Zoro's jaw tightens. He squeezes her hip just a little too hard, and forces himself to relax his grip. "It doesn't mean anything. It does to them. I dunno why," Lucy says bluntly. She tilts her head and squints. "I think it matters to you, too." "I know who I am." "Yeah," Lucy agrees easily, "but it still feels important." Zoro grunts his acknowledgement, and looks off to his right, toward Amagasa. The idea of having a history he could claim that he didn't have to build himself stubborn decision by stubborn decision despite every fate against him, bothers him. Especially this history. "It doesn't matter," Zoro repeats, confident, "but when I was a kid, there was. I wanted stuff." His head's full of half-forgotten wishes and memories of 1,000 safe nights denied and the one door that did open to a penniless boy with nothing but guts to his shameful name. He remembers how it felt those first few weeks at the dojo. The reserved kindness of Sensei, Kuina's icy pride. The way the elders watched him but only patted his head or quelled fights among the boys. He wanted it to be undeniable that he belonged even though he was still struggling to believe he was fed regular meals. He'd wanted a symbol, a claim, something to point to that would let him believe he could stay. He can't say any of that, and doesn't finish speaking. He doesn't need to, because it's Lucy who emerged out of the hard, clear blue to claim his soul for herself, and who makes a low noise of understanding despite the lack of detail. I didn't want it. After I claimed Wado, he'd known by then that he had a home at the dojo, and it would have felt wrong after. Like they were trying to make him a replacement. I didn't need it. Lucy hums. She watches him, her fingers drawing long, soothing lines up his neck and into his hair. Wanted to be the greatest before, Kuina. Wanted to be the best. So the world would acknowledge him, so he couldn't be denied, so his name would mean something else, something he made himself. Then Kuina was gone and she didn't get the chance, and he'll still become the Roronoa who will stand at the top of the world, but had to do it after Kuina. The sharp splinters in his chest sink deeper, throbbing, achy. That's 'cause you're Zoro, Lucy whispers. She bumps her forehead against his, her skin warm and a little sticky. I hate being alone. Hated it then, too. Zoro nods, picking up her thought. So you wanted to be Pirate King? Just a pirate, Lucy corrects. So I could leave, sail, find people. Then I met Shanks, and I wanted people who would stop leaving. Wanted to go on adventures with them and be freer than anybody. Pirate King. Zoro can picture a tiny Lucy too easily, alone and odd and already with a heart cast out to sea. Young and brave and unconquerable, her fears all tied up in the people she loved, or wanted to love, just like now. They keep telling me what Sensei meant by it. Zoro complains quietly. Lucy grips his head too hard by the roots of his hair and he leans into it, grounded by the pain. Zoro's thumbs press into her hip bone. They would have told me if that's what they were saying, allowing me Wado Ichimonji. Lucy nods against his forehead, her body a warm weight in his lap. It's comfortable despite the way the granite they're sitting on leaches heat. She feels soft curled up against him like this, and he can hear her heart singing praises to him, but she's still ruthlessly blunt when she says, probably. Zoro lets out a long, slow breath, shartest, yeah. It all just seems so unnecessary. He hasn't thought about this since before Kuina died, hasn't worried about belonging anywhere since before he left Shimotsuki village, and he's known where he's meant to be since he met Lucy. If the twisted trunks of Amagasa's forest feel like an old friend, or if it seems like this place is familiar, then honorary Shimotsuki or whatever else he's not, he belongs with Lucy, on the sunny, with the whole ocean ahead. His past has never mattered and it doesn't now. Feels wrong, being offered it, Zoro says quietly into the night. He leans against the pull of her hands in his hair as she shifts to lean against his shoulder, and he sighs. Don't want it anymore. That's 'cause Zoro's mine, Lucy says, vicious and casually possessive in that way that makes the hair of his scalp stand on end. Her nose pressed to his jugular. He shivers under the force of it. Lucy's claiming feels oddly pleasant, soothing to the sharp edges in his chest that refuse to settle. Sencho, Zoro agrees. His voice cracking at the edges with the weight of it, knowing she's his too. He sighs, trying to relax and lighten the mood. That's what I told Hiyori, too. He's expecting her to be confused, to scrunch her nose up and ask him why it even came up. Maybe laugh with him about the whole thing. But instead she stiffens, sits bolt upright in his lap, and looks him hard in the eye. Zoro frowns at her and the sudden sharpness in her haki, the way it's edging past warming and into hot. His heart pumps a little faster, the sense of a predator in his lap making his brain light up. Why? A demand, not a request. Zoro flushes, remembering some of the particulars. Lucy frowns, her eyes narrowing. Zoro huffs, embarrassed. Doesn't matter, he tells her, meaning it, I'm not staying. Lucy's eyes widen, her voice cracking with surprise. She asked you to stay? Zoro butts his forehead against hers, his hands cupping her neck. I said I'm not. Yeah, but. Lucy purses her lips, cuts herself off. She looks frustrated, her eyes flashing, and Zoro takes in the expression, the violent, possessive edge to her haki. The way the pressure of it increases by the second. so it feels like his ears are popping. "You're jealous," he realizes incredulously, dumbfounded. "I'm not," she growls. Her scowl deepens. "Territorial, maybe," Lucy corrects waspishly. She pulls away from his hands, sitting back in his lap, and crosses her arms in front of her chest like a kid. Zoro stares, just a little disbelieving, and then snorts, jealous. Lucy glares at him, mulish but not actually getting up to leave his lap. Territorial. "Same difference, with you," Zoro retorts. Zoro, for his part, feels lighter than he has in days. Lucy squirms, caught out and with nowhere to go, and it makes his grin wider. She's pouting properly now, her eyebrows pinched with irritation, frustrated. "You're cute when you're jealous. You get all pouty, and yeah, okay, he's having a little too much fun with this." Zoro, she whines and hunches her shoulders, unable to hide from scrutiny except to pull her hat down over her eyes. And Zoro fights the urge to knock it away. "What, should I tell everyone I'm getting a butt tattoo now?" he asks, ducking down awkwardly to catch her gaze. "Property of Monkey D. Lucy?" "The Pirate King," Lucy suggests after a moment, still irritable but with a reluctant glint of interest, a slow twist of amusement to her lips. "Property of the Pirate King, Monkey D. Lucy." Zoro can't help it. He howls his laughter so loudly it twinges the out-of-place rib. Lucy sniffs, pretending to be annoyed at his reaction, but when he manages to calm himself enough to look at her, she's watching him with a small smile. Arms still crossed like she's trying to pretend to be mad. The sharp things in his chest melt away into a soft affection he can't put into words. "You were teasing me," she complains, but her voice is fond and her eyes shining. Zoro smiles broader and kind. "Wonder where I got the idea." He leans forward into her space even as he tugs her hips closer. He ducks down to lay kisses against her jaw, an apology of sorts. "Fine," Lucy absolves, a tremor running through her. Her fists are unclenching, and she reaches for him again, hands burrowing into the folds of his kimono. She tilts her head to the side, and it gives Zoro better access to her throat. "But maybe we should get tattoos." Zoro snorts, and feels the way her body curls against his, expecting his laughter or rejection. "Whatever you want, Sencho," Zoro promises. She's joking, but he's not, really. He's got her stamped over every other part of him. He may as well let her lay claim to the rest. "You should stand up for your butt more," Lucy jokes. "My butt's fine," he insists. Lucy giggles at the accidental innuendo. Zoro rolls his eye again, and fails to avoid smiling at her laughter. "I'm not really jealous," Lucy insists when she calms. "Just, people keep saying you belong here. Wano wants someone." Zoro hums into the fragile skin of her throat. Lucy clings to him, wraps both arms around him again, said no. "Don't want it to be you. The person Wano wants," Lucy explains, and her hockey coils tight. "Mine." "Yours," Zoro gasps at the pressure. "Everything he is, all he aspires to be. Lucis, it's not me." "Probably," Lucy agrees quietly, but she crushes herself to him anyway. Zoro is forced to stop trailing bruises up her neck and just squeeze her back, as tight as he can. Lucy sighs into the hold, pleased. "Hiyori asked you to stay," Lucy states aloud, musing through it. "Hiyori said other stuff?" Zoro snorts. "You're not good at fishing." He adjusts his hold so she can cleave to him better. "Nice, you to let her say it." Lucy huffs into his collarbone, teeth grazing it. "Wasn't being nice." Zoro grins, his cheek pressed against her hair. He's suddenly glad they're not in the tent in camp. He'd have to be more careful of the other hockey users there, wouldn't be able to project his amusement and affection or hear the bells of his captain's soul stake a claim on him for the third time tonight. I hate that Enma belonged to her," Lucy whines, the admission rushed, like she isn't sure she should make it. Zoro kisses her temple, vaguely amused at the irritated hissing of his katana. "You gave me Enma." "Huh? Close your eyes," Zoro instructs. He relaxes his grip on his captain just enough to let her sit back in his lap, so he can see her face. She frowns at him but does it. Her eyes closed and her arms crossed over her chest impatiently. Zoro reaches behind him to find Enma resting against the tree, and with only a moment's hesitation, lays the katana across Lucy's lap. Lucy blinks in surprise. She stares down at it for a stretch of seconds that feels longer than it is. Zoro rubs her knees, his palms settling at the curve of her calf on either leg. She glances at Zoro's face to gauge his expression, and then she takes Enma up in both hands, inspecting the scabbard for a moment before drawing just enough to expose the green hamon of the blade, glinting faint and sickly in the moonlight. Enma howls, resentful of being drawn. Zoro's grip on her legs tightens, but he doesn't deter Lucy from her inspection. "It's like Kitetsu." Zoro nods. "Cursed, or something like it." Lucy presses her thumb against the rippled seam of the hamon. Enma shudders away from her touch, and then surges in his head, yawning open like a snake to swallow them both. If Lucy notices Enma's hostility, she doesn't show it. Kitetsu needs blood, right? Basically. What does Enma want? Zoro snorts. If he knew that, training would have gone a lot smoother over the last few days. Figuring that out. Lucy nods and strokes her finger around the curve of Enma's tsuba. Pretty. Zoro ignores the flush of pride, the amusement at Enma's shuddering interest, the bark of the tree behind him digging harder into his back. "That's not why you stole it." "Nah," Lucy agrees. Zoro lifts her right hand from Enma's tsuba. He turns it into the soft center of her palm. The scar his katana left on her is faint, but Kitetsu sings louder when he presses against it. Enma noticed this. Lucy closes her hand around his thumb. She sets Enma across her knees and tangles the red sagio between her fingers. "'Cause it's cursed?" Zoro nods. "Enma found me through you. The scar. It wants to be used." Hitetsu thinks Enma was curious. Lucy tugs her hand away, drawing a circle around the gold detail on Enma's hilt. A prickle of awareness runs up Zoro's spine, and when he says the next part he knows he's projecting pride so loudly Kaido can probably hear it on Onigashima. A good katana. A great katana like Enma. Chooses the swordsman. No one else. It sought me out. Through you. He squeezes her knees. Her skin is raised with goosebumps and Zoro rubs at them with his own hands, trying to warm her. Lucy turns the katana over in her hands a few times, her thumbs sweeping along the lacquer. "It's a kind of fate," she guesses. Zoro nods. Hitetsu thought so too. "A good fate then," Lucy decides, her expression soft and sure. Zoro shrugs, trying to smother his grin at the way Enma churns. "Who knows, stupid katana would love to kill me." Lucy projects amusement at him, light and fizzy, and her grin is teasing. "You love Enma a lot, huh? Now that's a bit much." "Oi." She ignores him. Then without warning she draws the katana, holds it across her palm with her left hand on the hilt so the flat of the blade touches the scar on her right. It's technically correct, even if Sensei would object to her overall posture, but Zoro still frowns, Enma's organ bellowing louder with its edge exposed. Lucy, shish." Her eyes are narrowed in concentration. Zoro raises an eyebrow, but lets her be. She's seen him wrestle with Enma enough to know not to let her guard down. Lucy's brow furrows and her presence seems to open, to expand like Zoro's cradling a son in his arms, hot and dangerous, untouchable. A bell burns in a distant lighthouse and Enma snarls in the back of his mind, surging black and angry, the great throat of its depths opening to take them both. "Behave," Lucy snarls, and her conquerors reinforces the order. After a moment Enma's writhing settles. "That's a thank you in advance," Lucy tells it. Enma shudders again, but this time Zoro feels it coiling closer to her presence, watchful. "Keep Zoro safe for me, alright? He's dumb, he needs your help." Zoro pinches her hip. "You didn't need to do that. I only gave it a little hockey. 'Cause I was mad at it for no reason." The katana's steel winks with moonlight, and the rumbling of it sounds almost fond. Enma's a good katana. Enma's screeching sounds proud. "Now. Even the hell katana likes you more than me," Zoro grouses, but he can't really help the way he's grinning, and he doesn't bother to try and stop projecting his affection. Lucy replaces Enma to its scabbard, rests it against the tree beside Wado Ichimonji. "Maybe I'm less irritable," she muses aloud. Zoro snorts, amused, but then he notices her face is still turned toward his katana, towards Wado Ichimonji in particular. Why do they sound like they know each other? Lucy's voice rises at the end of her question, confused by her own insight. Zoro stiffens anyway, caught by surprise. Lucy notices and frowns at him. A guy from the village I was raised in made them both, Zoro tells her. Old guy. My friend. The one I got Wado from. He was her grandfather. Oh. Lucy twists her hands into his kimono. Did you know him well? No, he says, honest. His memories of Kozaburo paint the picture of a complicated man, and Zoro wasn't much interested in learning about him when he was a kid, not least because he tended to throw sharp and heavy objects at anyone who bothered him when he was drunk, which was, usually, after Kuina. Mostly he stayed away from students and fished. Died a long time ago. He must have liked you, Lucy speculates, if he didn't mind you carrying Wado. Zoro frowns. Kozaburo once said in a drunken stupor that his creations only brought misfortune. He was looking at Wado Ichimonji, but it made Zoro think of bad stars at the time. Once, I could make masterpieces, he told Zoro, beautiful weapons of war. Kozaburo gave Zoro his first drink when he was 10. He even gave Zoro his first katana, duds, he called them. Zoro wielded them until he met Mihawk. He didn't really like anyone, least of all himself, Zoro thinks. He never touched a katana after Kuina. But he let you carry something he made for her, Lucy says definitively, her expression sure. So he liked you. Actually, he made it for his stillborn daughter, Zoro thinks, but that's even sadder than Kuina's death, in some ways. No wonder the old man hardly looked at Wado. Well enough, Zoro agrees, shrugging. Lucy scowls at him, irritable and pretty in the moonlight. Zoro feels warm all over, looking at her. I figured something out. About fate, my fates. Lucy raises an eyebrow. He cups her cheek with his hand, the skin soft and warm. He rubs the dirt away a little, so the scar under her eye is visible. She relaxes into his touch, leans against his palm. Yeah? Yeah. You're in all of him. Lucy's eyes widen, and they search his face like she's waiting for him to take it back. When he doesn't, she fists the collar of his kimono hard, buries her other hand in his hair and butts her forehead against his so his head cracks against the tree behind him and he has to look her right in the eye. You don't get to take that back, Lucy spits, the intensity of her pulling him in. A fragile need bigger than her body peeking out at the back of her eyes, and you better keep choosing me, so you don't regret it. Idiot, Zoro snarls, honest and fierce. I bet on you years ago. Lucy doesn't answer except to kiss him forceful and filthy, pillaging. Zoro lets her have what she wants, enjoys the way she shivers into his touch and the warmth of her mouth as she shoves her tongue down his throat. He basks in her possessiveness, how she gives it and how she receives it in turn when his grip turns bruising, when he chases her mouth with his. His hands skim her waist and up the long plane of her back, his thumb tracing the divot of her spine. He reaches lower and squeezes, feels the heat of her under his hands, the soft give of her skin. Her muscles have grown harder and firmer even in the last few days, evidence of her growth. He wants to lay her open, lavish all her effort and praise, he wants. God, he loves her. Sometimes it rises up so strong there's no room for anything else. Lucy sits back after too short a time, her weight centered across his thighs. She's panting, breathing hard with passion and looking overwhelmed, and when he listens to her voice he gets nothing but a wall of desire and adrenaline and affection so deep and overwhelming it knocks his breath away, her heart clanging in his ear. The sharp things in his chest are gone. Of course his past doesn't matter. There's Lucy, the future. Take what you want, Sencho, he growls, but it feels like he's begging, it's yours. Lucy makes a noise of mindless arousal in the back of her throat. She tugs his head to the side so she can bite and draw blood, her conqueror's haki lashing against him. Maybe intentionally, maybe not. Zoro lets it in without a moment's hesitation because it is Lucy in all her glory, and when she ignites it's like having her soul burn through him. Like this it's impossible not to know his place, where he belongs and who he belongs to, with, or think about anything but this moment, right here. Her hands run under his kimono, ripping at the knots, and Zoro reaches for her in turn, takes in the scent of sweat and licorice and salt and thinks finally. They should have done this the moment they met in the wastes and every night since. Zoro, she whispers, licking his blood off her teeth, looking as overwhelmed as he feels, almost lost, desperate, my Zoro. I'm not going anywhere. Zoro promises into the crush of her mouth and makes good on his offer to let her. Zoro gives her everything she asks of him and more. The early morning air is chilly. Lucy curls tight against the body, pinning hers down, shivering into Zoro's shoulder, his bare skin campfire warm. She sighs, pleased, and adjusts so the rock digging into her spine isn't anymore. The morning is gray and pale today, the moon hovering on the widening horizon, waxing a countdown to the raid. Something grassy and vegetal floats in the air. It smells nice with Zoro in her senses and the forest breeze wafting over their cliffside. It feels a little like a peace offering, an apology for stressing her the fuck out the last few weeks. Lucy hums that thought into Zoro's skin. It's hard to feel unsettled by the things that were pressing on her yesterday when she's laid out on a soft haori and has tens of kilos of clingy swordsman squishing her into the fabric, when she feels pleasantly aware of all her limbs, and that awareness seems to extend to the root system of the tree beside them, the island itself. The breeze filters through the roots of Zoro's hair, his top knot loose, and Lucy finds herself mourning the state of it. He looks good with a top knot, and with the haori and kimono and geta sandals. There really is something about Wano, with Zoro. Something about how he fits into this place, how it seems like he could have been raised here sometimes. She's never seen him adapt like this before, no matter where they've been. The thought doesn't make her chest tight anymore. She never doubted Zoro, but it's nice hearing he was given the opportunity and chose her regardless. There's a selfish fear Lucy can't quite kill whenever she thinks of her crew leaving, willingly or otherwise. It makes her feel young and helpless when it hits. But then she's re-gifted the stunning reminder that her crew keeps choosing her, somehow, and is strong enough to fight their way to her, too. She found the people she doesn't have to say goodbye to, Zoro least of all. Zoro snorts in his sleep and snuffles into the skin behind her right ear. His stubble tickles her neck and she squirms away instinctively, turning her head to the side to watch the sea lighten as sun peeks over Wano's raised borders. She draws a circle against his shoulder blade, trying to feel anything but a bone-deep sense of relaxation and not minding much when she can't. Lucy breathes in. Wano's sea smells a little like algae this morning, more like the mountain lagoons than Fuchsia's harbor. The water turns a shade or two bluer as the sun works its way higher. A beam of light glints off of the gold accents inlaid on Enma's hilt, its scabbard. Lucy looks properly at the katana and swears it winks at her. "Hello," Lucy whispers to the katana, her voice barely louder than a breath so she doesn't wake Zoro. Enma doesn't wink at her again, but Lucy figures that's fine. She can't hear it. Really. She only feels faint impressions occasionally, an elusive, indefinable sense. Enough to note its similarity of feeling to Wado Ichimonji and the curse on it, but she can't hear it sing. Enma rests proudly beside its sister blade, propped up against the tree, and even from here it feels like a dark heartbeat. The sense of reaching and yearning that first drew her to it is gone, though. It really is a striking blade. She's a little sorry her first thought upon seeing it was a bruise. She's a lot more sorry she resented it for being Hiyori's before. "Sorry again," Lucy whispers to it. Whining like that was embarrassing. The katana doesn't wink in absolution to her, but Lucy gets the sense it was unbothered in the first place. "I get it, now," Lucy promises. Enma is Zoro's. Whatever else it once was or whoever else it belonged to before, it chose Zoro and used Lucy to do it. And Zoro went and tied all his katana to her, one way or another. It's the kind of honor she can't really repay him for. She can't think of anything she has to give in return, either, but she'll come up with something, probably. The wind changes and blows in from Wano's interior. Lucy closes her eyes and listens. The breeze is stained by the high wail of a conch shell, desperate and scared, calling for help. Lucy nods, hearing the plea. "We will make you free," she promised. Zoro's nose catches on the shell of her ear. The sun rises enough to turn the sky gold and ochre, and Zoro's hand squeezes her ribs as he wakes. His lips find the tendon along her throat. "Tickles." Lucy smiles, but she makes no move to stop him. Zoro's arm clenches around her waist once and relaxes, and he shifts to kiss along her jaw instead. Lucy sighs, affection and pleasure bursting fizzy and light in her chest. "Morning," Zoro greets huskily. His voice clangs loud with adoration so strong it presses her into the rock. He props himself up on his elbow, and Lucy squirms and whines at the sudden rush of cold as their bodies part. The calluses of his palm fit around her cheek warmly. "Morning," Lucy returns, and presses her thumb into a bruise she left on his collarbone. She grins at him, happy and effusive and with a renewed sense of surety and victory. I told you the sunrise was gonna be pretty. Zoro doesn't even bother looking at it, just stares down at her with one gray eye and a deadpan expression, his skin bronzed and warm. Sencho. Lucy flushes despite herself. Zoro flirting always feels unfair. He looks relaxed though, like that same settled feeling in her bones is in him, too. Like all of the memories he dragged up yesterday have failed to haunt him any further. Breakfast? She asks hopefully. Zoro rolls his eye, but rolls off of her. Lucy sits up as Zoro stands, and abuses her devil fruit a bit to leverage his unbalanced frame and get to her feet. Zoro huffs, annoyed, but he catches her anyway and he's trying not to smile when Lucy laughs. It's easy to laugh today. Lucy's glad about it, and later, when she goes to training, she finds her heart solid and unwavering, the future beckoning her on. In her fist, hockey flows and ignites and releases without hesitation, and Lucy is grinning so wide that old man grumbles and asks if she's that eager to get slapped by Kaido. Nah, she promises, pleased and sore and exhausted and the taste of victory between her teeth. I just know, he woke up this morning and smelled defeat. She throws a punch at a tree, the full force of her weight behind it, Ryu burnishing her fists, and the tree explodes from the inside out. Old man raises an eyebrow at her sudden progress and nods. You know, he whistles, then smiles, toothless and wrinkled. I think maybe he did. Lucy grins, and does it again. Hiyori isn't in the village the next morning when Zoro and Lucy make their way to breakfast. No one seems concerned, up to and including Otoko, and Zoro doesn't volunteer any information about her potential flight to the sea. Instead he has a nice meal with the crew, watches Lucy eat enough for 3 of him, and makes his way up to an empty training area. This time he's by the sea, and the ocean glitters under the glare of the morning sun. The itch to seek the horizon is starting to burn under his skin. He's almost as bad as Lucy these days, restless with wanderlust. He sighs to himself, and gets to work. Enma is barely contained violence in his hands today, hungry and yawning wider and wider. When he breaks concentration for even a moment, it surges in a tidal wave of poison, corrosive and angry and painful, punishing. Just 'cause you like Lucy better doesn't mean you get to misbehave, Zoro growls, and Enma screams at him for it, searching for purchase in his soul and yowling louder when it finds none. You've improved, Hitetsu calls. Zoro frowns and turns around to face him. Hitetsu stands by the tree line watching Zoro, his arms crossed. Zoro gets the feeling that if he wasn't wearing a Tengu mask he'd be frowning at him with severe concentration. Still not right, Zoro admits. He replaces Enma to its scabbard and walks up to Hitetsu. Something's missing. You made a contract? Of course. A swordsman would never disrespect a blade like Enma by wielding it with avenue. You decided about fate? Zoro rolls his eye. Mind spoken for. Hitetsu sighs. So, nothing, then. Zoro shrugs. He's not about to explain more than he already has about Lucy and good fates. You said Kozaburo made Enma for someone, Zoro says instead. What did it ask of her? Hitetsu shrugs. If I ever knew, I have forgotten it. Furiko-san's swordsmanship was never something anyone approved of, and no one encouraged her to speak of it. Hitetsu tilts his head to the side and clicks his teeth. The shogun though, he said he would never be able to master Enma because it asked more of him than he was willing to give. Zoro frowns. How the hell did he wield it, then? He was the best swordsman of his generation, Hitetsu replies. Peerless. Better than you. Maybe better than anyone. He said they came to an understanding. Zoro scowls. I'll master Enma. Hitetsu scoffs. A master, Hitetsu emphasizes. Communes with his blade without fear of his soul shredding on its edge. You have the gift for it, he says, leaning back on his heels speculatively. I suspect you already do with your other katana. With sacred Shisui, even. But if you cannot do the same with Enma, perhaps you are not ready. Zoro glares at the sea, and rests a hand on Enma's hilt as its organs screech. We have to be ready. Yes, Hitetsu agrees, so I suggest you learn to withstand the onslaught. Hitetsu turns as if to walk away, hesitates, and claps Zoro on the shoulder. He doesn't say anything else though, merely makes his way down the beach. his shoulders pinned back with pride and his chin held high under the stern Tengu mask. Zoro watches him leave, wondering why he's reminded so much of Hiyori when he looks at the man. Zoro shakes off the image, and walks up to the water's edge, where the waves don't quite reach high enough to wet the sand. He kneels in a seiza and draws Enma from its scabbard, ignoring the tingle that shoots through his arm. He lays the katana across his lap and clenches his teeth against the sensation of ghostly electrocution. "Hungry bastard," Zoro chides. Enma caterwauls and screams a song of power and greed and ravenous desire. Even Lucy, he could make her submit, so she's begging on her knees, legs spread wide for him if he just, hush. Enma quiets, sullen. "I don't know the woman he made you for. I dunno how Odin even wielded you. I don't care about the past." The bellowing of Enma's song threatens to cleave Zoro's skull in two, but Zoro only squeezes Enma's hilt tight. Zoro stands, the katana still balanced across his palms. "I promised to make you stronger. You want something more, you gotta say it." Enma ripples, burns, wants to kill him and Lucy and their crew and everyone else they care about, wants to drink a river of blood and be king of the ashes, wants vengeance for the insult of Odin having lost. Zoro grins. "Vengeance, huh?" He squeezes the hilt. "I will never lose again." The hellish organs pull at the promise in Zoro's heart, but it doesn't budge, is lodged immovable there by everything that makes Zoro who he is. The cacophony in Zoro's head simmered to a throbbing ache. This is good. Progress. He swings. Enma consumes. Zoro pulls. Enma resents, and then, finally, subsides into a roiling, pernicious tug. Something Zoro can work with. Something he can fight with. Zoro shifts and draws all three katana. He closes his eye, pulls them into an uneasy balance. The intensity of his katana's songs threaten send him to his knees. Zoro takes a step into a difficult kata, each of his blades carving the air in concert with one another. On the edge of his hearing, Zoro catches whispers of a death march, haunting and full of glory. Green and blue Hammonds flash in the sunlight, and this time when Zoro rolls into the next motion of the series he feels the movements flow. No more steps in the right direction then, from here out he's running forward. The Oran weeps every night in Lucis dreams, uncontrollable, her limbs weak, withered, pale. She begs, over and over, and won't hear it when Lucy tells her there's no one she can offer as a sacrifice. Lucy takes to embracing her, to holding on to the skeletal frame of the woman and all her soft silks while she promises her freedom, because Wano will be free, she will. "Please, never," Lucy denies, and makes the oath fiercer than the Oiran's desperation and twice as strong. "I'll make you free regardless." The Oran just clings to Lucy, weeping and mourning her own death, and Lucy lets the woman dissolve their bodies with her tears and premature grief until they both fall into the moon. Hiyori finds Lucy the morning before the raid. It surprises her a little because she's hardly seen Hiyori at all in the last few days, seemingly never around camp when Lucy is. But now her jaw is set and her eyes are hard, and she's donned her fancy clothes and hairpins again. She looks like she's ready for a war, like porcelain poured over steel and wrapped in silk. Somehow, Lucy does not think Hiyori will be staying in the safe house with Old Man Nose and Otoko and Tama. "Lucy no Jo-san," Hiyori greets. Her voice is sharp with determination. "Please spare me a moment of your time." Lucy looks up at her and nods, an eyebrow raised. "Sure. I have no right to ask anything of you," Hiyori says without preamble, "but please, look out for my brother." Lucy nods easily. "Momo's my friend. Please take this seriously," Hiyori insists. "Many people love my brother. They also see him as their shogun. Please look out for my brother." Lucy frowns. "Like I said, Momo's my friend." Hiyori clenches her fists, white-knuckled. Lucy takes pity on her. "Friends are more important than shoguns," Lucy promises. Hiyori's shoulders relax, just a little. Lucy smiles. "Are you fighting for what you want, now?" Hiyori tilts her head, and the elaborate art of her hair jingles as she does. "Zorojiro-san told you." Lucy's smile drops, but none of the previous jealousy fills her. A little. Not that, though. Hiyori considers her words, and looks askance at the ships gathering on the docks. Usopp and Frankie did a good job building them. I suppose I am, in a way. Lucy levels her gaze on Hiyori. Fight or don't half-ass it. Hiyori sighs, and now she sounds almost exasperated. Zorojiro-san said much the same. She looks back at Lucy, and takes both of her hands in hers, careful of the bandages around Lucy's wrists. You have already given us a chance at the dawn, Lucy no Jo-san. Thank you. Lucy nods, a little confused. Of course. Hiyori squeezes her hands once, and walks away. Lucy watches her go. There's something about the yearning Lucy hears in Hiyori's voice that feels familiar, and Lucy's not talking about her affection for Zoro. A few hours later, Kinemon and the samurai have finished packing up. Lucy and her crew will meet them at Tokage Port tomorrow evening along with the prisoners from Udon, and together they will blaze a path to Onigashima. Wano is counting on you, Lucy Dono, Kinemon says with feeling. There's an exhausted smile on his face, but there's peace in his eyes, too, hope. Lucy grins at him and grips his elbow in a firm hold. We've got this, she promises. Kinemon's answering grip is strong. Hiyori and Otoko and Tama leave with the samurai. Momo will join them to watch the raid, but the girls are supposed to make their way to a safe house with Hitetsu. Hiyori keeps a hand on both the little girl's shoulders, hurting them protectively. Tama turns out of her grip and waves at Lucy as they leave. Lucy grins and waves back. She's doing it all for her, after all. Her and Kinemon and Momo. She spends the day training, though Old Man left to join the prisoners at Udon the previous day. The practice is good though. She's not quite consistent, yet, but she's ready. Enough that nightfall finds Lucy lying on the beach amid her crew instead of training her imperfections away. There's a fire in the center of the group, bright and lively, and the 9 of them are alone and together for the first time since, maybe before Punk Heil. Jimbei's still missing, but it feels nice, the simple camaraderie of being together. She can feel her crew's excitement and contentment and nerves against her skin. A low-grade buzz of feverish energy born from bone-deep exhaustion. Frankie is about 2 seconds from passing out, having completed the work on the ships just in time, and Robin has been walking a very fine line of overextending herself to gather information for weeks now. The rest aren't much better. Zoro was training until an hour ago, where he promptly showed up on the beach, flopped down behind Lucy, wrapped his arms around her, and passed out on her shoulder without even drinking anything. His voice resonates with satisfaction and success, and she can feel the strength he radiates, new strength that he didn't have even this morning. She's so proud of her crew. They're the absolute best, each of them spectacular and wonderful and special. Lucy kind of wants to crush them all in a hug. Tomorrow will be a big day, huh? Nami asks to no one in particular. There's a mug of ale in her hand from Sunny's stores. She's got circles under her eyes, because coordinating a rebellion with so many uncertain factors is not an easy task. We've never had to plan so much before, Usopp agrees, rubbing his temples. He's been making ammunition for the ships, and for anyone who doesn't carry a katana. Usually Lucy just punches people until they shut up. Lucy shrugs. Zoro's hand slips lower on her belly, and his grip tightens unconsciously in his sleep. He's heavy, but Lucy doesn't mind the added weight. It's like having a huge, cuddly backpack. I did that already. She frowns into the fire. I'll finish tomorrow. Chopper wiggles in place across the fire. I thought Crocodile was scary, once. He shudders. Now we're taking down an emperor. Or 2, if Big Mom's there. Nami rubs her fingers into her temples and says nothing. Big Mom is, apparently, one of the uncertainties they were trying to account for in the planning. Don't sell your fights short. Crocodile was scary, Sanji affirms gently. We're just stronger now. Lucy hums. She chews absently on the pork ribs that Sanji scrounged for her. This fight is different. Her crew's anxieties and nervousness over it aren't necessarily unfounded. Kaido and his crew are strong, but that's not what has Lucy's gut curling. Punching assholes is fine with Lucy, no matter who they are or what they represent. She's ready to beat the shit out of Kaido, and she can practically taste the thrill of the fight in the air. It's just, all the planning, all the coordinating, all the struggle. Something about the energy of it, the anticipation, reminds her of Marineford. Not the fight, exactly, or even the stakes, but something about it feels like a similar tipping point, and it's setting Lucy's teeth on edge this close to the battle. Nami tells a joke Lucy doesn't quite catch, and Frankie's snort of exhausted laughter rips through the air. complimenting Zoro's snore. Usopp rolls his eyes, and Robin smiles into her book. Lucy grins and sips the tea Sanji passed out earlier. Brook strums absently on his new biwa, not so much playing a melody as emulating the sound of the waves. Lucy lets her anxieties slip away, lets the curl of unease unravel. Planning isn't a bad thing, but it leaves more time to think than Lucis used to, or really wants. She's happy to simply find the person she's supposed to take out and do her job. She usually leaves the rest to others anyway. Lucy runs a hand through her still too long hair. Nami promised to tie it up for her tomorrow. Usopp, tell us a story, Lucy demands, hunching into Zoro to defend against the sea air. She hasn't heard him tell one for ages now, between all her training and the separation. Chopper claps in anticipation, and Sanji hums with interest. Sanji's been looking better with everyone gathered at Amagasa this last week. Good enough that she's not worried about him doing something stupid tomorrow. Usopp HMMs dramatically, thinking the request over. Then he snaps his fingers and leans over the fire pit with a grin on his face, sinking into his element. He begins to spin a tale of a knight in a faraway kingdom, so loyal and honest that she falls prey to the trickster of a princess who she guards, a woman who liked to fool her as much as she liked her, which was a great deal. Lucy smiles as Usopp describes a romance of hijinks and bombastic personalities. The firelight casts strange shadows on her Nakama's faces, and all their attention on Usopp as he tells of a woman charmed by defenestration and near decapitations. Lucy wonders if the princess ever threw herself in the ocean to get her knight's attention, repeatedly. Zoro snores into her shoulder, and Lucy smirks to herself. It worked, is all she's saying. Lucy blinks heavily and pouts. She needs rest for tomorrow, to make sure she leads her crew well into war. The rest of them are starting to flag, especially Nami and Chopper. And Frankie looks like he might be falling asleep on his feet. A good captain would do something about that, surely. She reaches out to surround the whole campfire, around every one of her Nakama. Usopp is right in the middle of explaining how the princess tricked the knight into proposing, and doesn't notice her arms circling around everyone. He yelps when she closes around her prey and yanks them all across their little camp to join her and Zoro in a cuddle pile. There's shouting. There's kicking. There are threats to her life. Lucy clutches them all in a hug, and rolls to the left, still holding onto them while Nami yanks on her hair in offense. We're sleeping like this tonight, she decrees, her cheek pressed against the sleeve of Usopp's yukata and Sanji's armpit in her face. Chopper's antlers are digging into her ribs and she's fairly certain Frankie is the one crushing her left arm. She doesn't mind. She's got hands on all of them, and Zoro doesn't even wake up in the commotion. Just adjusts so he's big spoon and pulls her back against his chest. Usopp, finish the story. I would. If Nami would get her hair out of my face. Oh, like it's my fault. Nami grumbles, I don't even like cuddle piles. But there's shifting and Brook laughs about his spine being impaled and Robin hums a soft apology. Frankie just snores. After a moment, the story picks up, this time closer to her and Usopp's voice softer. Lucy relaxes into the warmth of Zoro's body, and she hears Nami snuggle up to Robin on Sanji's other side to ward off the chill of the sea. Usopp's voice rises and falls with the pitch of his story as it ends. Around her the crew members that are awake giggle and laugh at the right points in Usopp's story, and their amusement settles against Lucy even as they drop off one by one into sleep. It would be perfect if Jinbei were here. Tomorrow will be a big day, as Nami said. They will go to war, and they will fight and risk it all, and they will win. She's going to make it so. She can feel the victory in her fists already, her certainty roaring in the crash of the sea, and in the taste of the air. Wano's voice seems to hang with anticipation, holding her breath in a measured pause. Kaido is going to pay for what he's done to Wano, and Lucy's going to see it through. Zoro grunts in his sleep, his thumb pressing unconsciously into the edge of her scar. Lucy melts into the touch, follows the warmth to slumber, and doesn't dream of anything but victory.